My name says Derek. I'm the Huesto of talking with famous people. It's early in the morning, 5 a.m. Just got up, got a good night's sleep last night. It's still raining, which I'm fine with that. I like a little rain. California, we can always use the rain. And we're getting it, you know. We're getting steady rain for days. The stream is pumping. A little stream by my house, which I appreciate. I like it when that stream's going. Sounds nice. Sounds like a little bit of nature. Sounds like somebody stuffed a little bit of nature in my butt. I seem lonely? No, I'm not lonely at all. You seem prone to making wild guesses. How about that? Am I accurate? Are you prone to making wild guesses? Hi, yo. You look 15? Okay, well, I say you're poor at gauging someone's age. I think I look like I'm 15. Bring up the live stream on the big screen so you can see what people are saying. So let's see what we got here. Pop-Tarts, give me some splatter. Okay, fine. FTCU says you seem lonely. I've already responded to that. Jack fan, hello. You're the one who who thinks I'm 15. My pronouns are it, they, and ourselves. Good morning, Mavis. Yeah, that is your problem, FTCU. You want a mini horse, Mavis. I can't even find you a maxi horse, so I don't know what to tell you about that. My name is Franz and I'm 9. Cool. Team Kendrick, of course. Kendrick Lamar is a million times better than Drake. Drake is just not good at all. So, yeah, obviously Kendrick Lamar. Jan fan, stop with pronouns. It's too early for me. You can use whatever pronouns you want for me. I don't give a fuck. You can call me a lady if you want. I almost titled this, Is This Old Man Deeply a Lady? Of course, sit down. Be humble. Heck, yours, Kendrick Lamar is better. I got a bone to pick. Monkey mouth motherfucker sitting in my throne again. I'm mad, but I ain't stressed. True friends. One question. Like Erica Badu, I don't. I'm 52 years old. Holani Empire. Thanks, Ranga Edits. Morning, young timer. Need more dead tyrants. I agree. We do need more dead tyrants. It's an excellent point. Twista, I don't know. I'm not familiar with Twista. My favorite rapper right now is actually Baby No Money. BBNO $, you might call him. Graham Fife. It says kisses, 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 or lips, 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 I guess. Peaches, 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 and eggplants, eggplants, eggplants. You know, it's like that commercial for insurance says, sometimes a fruit is not exactly a fruit. Kaylee, what's up? Not much. How are you? How do I tell my girl best friend that I like her? Just say, listen, we're friends, but I can't stop looking at your tits. I like you would be fine as well. Or, can I practice kissing with you? I want to work on my skills. Can I practice with you? How about that? That would work. What you want to do is this, to be the truth, Renegade. What you're looking for is this. You got to tell a joke or something. And as soon as she goes like this, you're so funny, and touches your shoulder, it means you're in like Flynn, okay? It means you're in, dog. You just got to get her to do that. You just got to get her to go, you're so funny. That means you're in. Hey, Mr. Cardouble. Let me tell you, if you talk like crazy, she's probably into you. At least a little bit, right? Girls don't talk like crazy to guy friends unless they kind of got some interest in them. Have connected noodles is not a bad suggestion. I'm not sure how one would go about having connected noodles, but Megan's fasting right now and finds it wonderful. I'm not fasting right now, or ever. Fasting just sounds to me like you forgot where to find the food. It is, we are coming up on Easter, so perhaps that has something to do with the fasting. I don't know. I wish I could be somebody. Hello. I also wish I could be somebody. Yeah, you could write her a poem. Roses are red, and so is blood. Violets are blue, but they're not so for poo. I am a man. You are a girl. Come take my hand, and we'll conquer the world. There you go. It's a poem for you. Do I like Playboy Cardi? I'm not familiar with Playboy Cardi. I like Prof. I like Baby No Money as far as new rappers go. Oh, I see. You take one noodle like this and go like this. Oh, we kissed. Like in Lady and the Tramp. You have to do that. W freestyle fire. You could sing her a love song. You could woo her by writing her a love song, right? Like, I've seen a lot of girls, but none of them are anywhere close to you. Like that. You gotta sing that one. You know Grand Puba? No, I don't, but I like the name Grand Puba. It's a funny name. Bye, Graham Fife. See you later. If you're, well, I mean, you're moving, so you don't know what to do. Well, you don't want to get into a new love and then have to move away. So you probably just want to wait until you move and then find a new chick. No point in being in a long distance relationship. I've watched you as you slept in the newest part of the day. I've knelt beside your bed, gently kissed you as you have lay. I've crept inside your door, sat for hours ever still. I've come and gone at. Well, you could have finished it right there, Megan. I would have just skipped over Russell Murray and just continued to read your poem. Russell Murray, is this old man being scapegoated like the rest of us? Yes. I don't think I'm being scapegoated, but I've noticed that, I live stream all the time. I've noticed that there is a certain percentage of people who seem to just despise me right out the gate. There's somebody named N who made that, who fit that description yesterday. And I'm just thinking it's essentially got to be fair. Am I a drunk INTJ at 8 in the morning? No, I lied. Well, that used to be my style. A little over a decade ago, that used to be my style. I am not drunk. No, I just woke up. And Ranga edits. I obviously am not the dude who sold you fentanyl behind Walmart yesterday. And I would also note that I prefer people not defame me with falsehoods. Megan says, come and gone at will. I have loved you for a time. I have wished you were my own. I have watched you as you slept. You have never known. That's a creepy love poem. Can I smoke a cigarette in one hit? No. Wouldn't want to. I got that, Megan. I understand there's a character limit, but I'm saying a poem's a little bit creepy, kind of like Every Breath You Take is a little bit creepy by the Police. Police have a few kind of creepy songs. Don't Stand So Close to Me is certainly a creepy song. Brew, hi Beaufet, what's going on? I slept well last night. I got a really good night's sleep. Were you crazy back in the day? Oh, it's about your firstborn son. Okay, well then it's not creepy at all. Did you write that? That's excellent, Megan. That's excellent work. You're a fine, fine writer. Good job. Good job for the cool poem. And I would put an and after slept, right? Because of the syllables. Like, let's read the whole thing from the start. I have watched you as you slept in the newest part of day. I have slept beside your bed, gently kissed you as you lay. I have crept inside your door, sat for hours ever still. I have come and gone at will. I have loved you for a time. I have wished you were my own. I have watched you as you slept. And you have never known. It needs an and, obviously. For the purposes of syllabic consistency. Yeah, otherwise, it's great. I mean, it's still great without the and. I'm saying it does need the and there, Megan. I think we can both agree on that for syllable reasons. Don't you think so? Don't you think it needs the and? Can't we please agree on that? I love the fact that the syllabic, like the meter's stout. That's excellent. Almost nobody does that. I am also into metered verse. I used to. There was a time period when I walked around talking to myself. I tried to always talk in metered verse. There was a stretch of time where basically I only spoke in metered verse. That's how into it I was. I probably could still do this trick right now if I inclined myself to execute. Indeed, you see, I can provide a line of metered verse that works so well in time. And then I will complete that misty task and pull this well-packed bong now at long last. See, I can talk in metered verse. I remember when I learned about metered verse, it was after college. It was in my credential program, but I didn't feel like taking credential class. I felt like taking this how to write poetry undergrad class. So I took it. My teacher was Timothy Steele. I genius poet. He's like an absolutely genius poet. I'd never heard of him before or anything, but I have mad respect for the man. And he taught us, tried to teach the whole class how to write metered verse, but few people got it. I got it instantly. It was like, oh, this is what we're doing here. I love this. I don't have any advice on weed or any position on it at all. I smoke it, but I don't like recommend it or not. You know, it's just everybody decide for themselves what they want to do. I don't care. You know, I'm not here to encourage people to act like me, be like me, or anything. I'm just live streaming, y'all. I'm just having fun, making streams, living my life. I live it. I live it with my living bones. Let it reveal what it wants to reveal, McKenna. Who's McKenna? Russell Murray. I don't feel scapegoated, but I like it when people come and subject me to their attacks, uh, as they do periodically here on YouTube. I'm sure it happens to every live streamer. I suspect it may happen a little more rigorously or vigorously to me because, you know, I want to do battle with them. I don't want to just hide them. I want to engage them. They can say their shit. That doesn't bother me at all. And I want to frustrate them. And of course I do. And then they get madder and madder and madder and start saying all this hateful shit, you know. I knew Mr. Ranga drank himself to death. I know somebody's chatting in the chat right now who seems to be something to do that, Boba Fett. Can you think of somebody who's like that? Maybe. But after his wife passed away, fair enough, maybe. How about before he even gets a wife, Boba Fett? What time is it in India anyway? It can't be 5 in the morning in India. It must be a different time. Or do they do time differently in India? If I could be an object, that'd be a magic mirror, so I could say the magic words and abracadabra, you'd appear. Sounds like song lyrics. Sunset on the Arabian coast is glorious. It's good to know. I could try to make a song out of Megan's poem. Sorry, Kitty, didn't mean to bother you. Don't worry, I'm moving further away from you. Let's see. I have watched you as you slept in the newest part of the day. I have knelt beside your bed, gently kissed you as you lay. I have crept inside your door, sat for hours, ever still. I've come and gone. Let me scroll down. See, those are good song lyrics. You could totally write a song out of that, right? I'm gonna put the and in when I sing this. What do you think about that, Megan? Put the and in. If you don't like it, you can just suck it. Alright. I have watched you as you slept in the newest part of day. I have knelt beside your bed, gently kissed you as you lay. I have crept inside your door, sat for hours, ever still. I have come and gone at will. I have come and gone at will. I've left you for a time. I've wished you were my own, and I've slept you, and I've watched you as you slept, and you have never known. Like that or something, you know? Those are great song lyrics, Megan. I could totally write a song out of those lyrics. I just did, in fact. Great lyrics. Love them. And listen, I want to stress to you, Megan, I am not somebody who gives out compliments very nicely, you know, very easily. You can't. It's hard to get a compliment out of me. You got to make something that actually I'm impressed by. There's a weapon in Zelda called a mirror shield. I always found that oddly relatable. A mirror shield, huh? Why did you find that relatable? Because you wanted to reflect back everyone's attacks on them? Gearspot 26, good morning. Good morning to you. If I could be furniture, I'd be your bed, so I could hold the pillow where you lay your head. If I could be one Oregon, I would be your heart. So no matter where you went, we'd never be apart. If I could be an auction, I'd like to be your kiss. So with every pucker, there would be none I could miss. There would be none I miss. Does it really need the could there? I don't think it needs the could there. If I could be one word, I would be loved so I could write myself on you and be all you're thinking of. If I could be one moment, I would be forever. So I'd have more time to bring keep together. I don't understand that last bit. I would take out the could before miss in that line there at 5:39 a.m. If I could be in action, if I could be action, if I could be in action, I'd like to be your kiss. So that with every pucker, there would be none I miss. But I would put that in front of with, and I'd get rid of the could. But that's just me. That's just me, Megan. Boba Fett says dealing with a moist gash. Boba Fett, that is very vulgar. But you know what? It turns out that you were right. Because Megan says yes, that's what she's dealing with. There's no reason to be vulgar, okay? The man with the great machete says, Eric, yes, you're a scarily good original songs developer. Thank you so much, man with the great machete. Thank you so much. That's what I want to be complimented on more than anything in the world is my songwriting. It's like, it was never my best art, right? Music was never my best art. My best art was always writing language. But I was always just drawn so much to music. There's something so magical about music. That was going to get me emotional. Everyone projects. I wonder if this has been happening forever in the last few centuries. I'd be on the former. I mean, it's true that everybody projects, but not all projection is what you'd call like psychology, pathology, projection, right? Um, for example, let's say somebody says to me, Eric, you're insecure, and that's why you are keep insisting you're right. And you don't respect how much research I've done on this subject. Well, they're projecting, right? I'm not insecure. They're wrong. And what they're not respecting is actually how much work I've done on the subject, you know? That's projection in kind of like a psychology sense. Sure, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't want, I'm not a big, huge project planner or anything, but I am not opposed at all to uh, collaborating, like using somebody else's words for lyrics, because, well, like my cone putter song, for example, I don't want to write that song with those lyrics. They're silly lyrics. You know, I got this song. I think it's a good song. It goes, sign holders, be safe and wear your heart high. Broad green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wave me fast as my wife and I confusedly drive past. See, Megan. So I don't like those lyrics. You know, they're silly. I mean, I kind of like them. I have no idea what the Locrian mode is. Is that that's a, like a, is that like a key or something? I don't know much music theory, you know. Um, I can usually tell you what what a chord is, you know, like what chord it is. But if it's not one of the chords I know, instead of, like, for example, in Jesus People, there's one chord I play which is a D, but I don't play this finger of the D. I just play these two fingers of it. I don't know what that's called. So on the paper, I just wrote D, um, one of those wavy lines. What is that called again? It goes over an N in Spanish. I can't forget what that's called, but I mean, I can't remember what that's called. But just put one of those next to the D because that just reminds me it's that D, but I don't know what that D is called. So, you know, that's about the extent of my music education. Is I know the names of all the chords, and you know, like all the regular chords. You know, major, minor, seventh. I know the names of all three of those chords. Oh, and major seventh. I know that as well. And minor seventh. I can play bar chord major, minor seventh. I can play major seventh, open, basically wherever. So those are the chords I know: major, minor, seventh, minor seventh, major seventh. And the other chords I play aren't that. I just don't know what they're called. I just play them, but don't know what they're called. So the man with the great machete says the Locrian mode is the seventh mode of the major scale. It is either a musical mode or simply a diatonic scale. On the piano, it is a scale that starts with B and only uses the white keys from there. Its ascending form consists of the keynote, then half step, whole step, whole step, half step, whole step, whole step, whole step. Okay, well, I understand that. I appreciate that. It's clear and easy to understand. But but I don't think of music very much like that. Oh man, bar guy got drunk and is blasting 80s meow. Dear God, I kid you not. You can always go to a different bar. You don't have to stay at one bar forever. Like, I don't play scales ever, you know? So, I don't know how to play any scales really. I'm sure I could figure out like the major scale. I could pick it together on the guitar probably. Maybe minor and but I'm sure I could play a major scale if I tried. I just never tried to do this. But I mean, maybe I've tried it on a couple of occasions. I can't imagine why I would spend much time trying to do this. Yeah, I could. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I could, but I can. I could also play minor, maybe. It's just that note that's different on a minor scale. I don't know. I don't like to play scales. It's boring. Living for Jesus. Hello. You're living for Jesus. I know. Would you like to hear my song about Jesus? I song about Jesus. It's called Jesus People. It's one of my best songs, frankly. It really is one of my very best songs. It's not maybe everybody's favorite, but it's one of my it's one of the best examples I have of songwriting that I've done. It's a beautifully written song across the board, uh, including lyrics. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men. And women, of course, when they too were present, disciples all warily eyeing the lesson. If Jesus was people, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sang, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook. But being forsaken don't mean you forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. People like Jesus, once they're betrayed, easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay terrible cost. Yeah, baby, naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay terrible cost. That's the chord I was talking about, you know. This chord here, it's a D, but I don't play the middle finger, this finger of it. So just that chord. I don't know what that chord's called, so I just put D squiggly line next to it. Anyway, I like that song a lot. It's an example of excellent songwriting. But the one that everybody likes so much, everybody keeps talking about, is Gregory, of all things. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied a chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to approach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. Anywho, so I just played a couple songs on the guitar, because why the hell not, right? Might as well. It's early in the morning, just about supper time. I've decided to play guitar and make some rhymes. Hi, Stephen Butcher. Hi, Best Stuff Media. Hi, One Zenith. I'm doing well this morning. Ashton Gaming 525 says this should be a song. It is a song. But I really like that comment. This should be a song. What do you think it is? This should be a song. That's a great comment. I appreciate that. What's a fugitive? Laura Richardson says, love, I'm a sub. Well, thanks, Laura Richardson. Chip Broadhead here says, Are you talking about me, Chip Broadhead? That's not true of me. Are you talking about me? I mean, I'll get to more chats here in a second. But typically, what I do on stream, if anybody here is new, obviously many of you are because there are 50 people here. What I normally do is read chats out loud and engage with people about this, what they have to say. Sometimes I'll talk more steadfastly about a certain topic. But okay, so Chip Broadhead says, and he believes that their men followed a star by night to a forthcoming birth, and that a God wrote a Bible instead of people. I don't know who he is, though, that you're talking about. I do like the stream people, man with the grim machete. I like you. There, I've gotten back to where I was. I do have a song on regular YouTube. I have uploads on regular YouTube, but I haven't published them formally, so they're not on Spotify or YouTube Music. But like the song I just finished playing, that is available here on Talking with French People. There's a video of me and Rachel singing it, and it's multi-tracked and stuff. But I need to publish these songs formally if they're going to be on Spotify or YouTube Music, which I think is going under. YouTube Music just fired a bunch of people and or laid people off, or whatever you're going to say. And I think it's going down because, I mean, I use YouTube all the time. I listen to music on YouTube all the time, but I never use YouTube Music. What happens in this life, says Bannon Singh. Well, normally I read what people say and engage with what they say. Aaron says, is that Shaquille O'Neal? No. Heron says, you're so good at music. Thank you so much, Heron. I appreciate it. Where are your mods, Eric? I don't know. Say Black Lives Matter right now. You have 30 seconds, boy. Well, that is what this person said. Who is this man, and why does he sound like a badass? What's this channel about? I normally just read what people say and respond to it. I don't think that was rude of Core. He said, I sound like a badass. That's not bad. Namaste. 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 I'm here to provide you spiritual growth with my insight. I'm lame. I listen to music either on Pandora or live. What else have I missed? Anything else? Salam Valikum. Missed that, I suppose. Rose says I stream for him, that he owns me, etc., etc. But none of those things are true. You can pick double of it. I don't know what that means. Good morning, Winston's mom. Do I speak Russia? Strasby, Vladim. Not really. No. I can say Strasby, Vladim. I can say Pravda. Westlot. Hashtag road to 3K says, hi, dude. Hope you're having a great day. Good day. I'm having a great day already. It's just still so early in the morning. I'm already having a great day. I hope everybody here has an even better day than me. Because I'm not trying to compete with you for having the best day. I like Stacey's Mom. It's a great song. Well, Richard, every recording that I have on YouTube, I had only one I've made the whole recording, and the only instrument I actually had in person was a single hard to play acoustic guitar. I would like to record music now that I have a bass and a real guitar. I mean, like a good, easy to play guitar and a real bass. I don't have to pitch shift down the guitar and stuff. I hope everybody has a great Easter too. I am Christian. Uh, don't really celebrate Easter, but I am Christian, and I'll keep Jesus in mind a little bit on Sunday. Yeah, nice, calm, casual Saturday. I do plan to watch some basketball today. I'm particularly interested in the USC women's basketball game. I plan to live stream this morning. I don't really have anything hanging over my head, which is I have to get used to. Good morning, simple girl. Very nice to see you, as always. Um, so my plan is to live stream. I'm going to, at some point, look at the Crunchyroll release schedule, see what's going on with that. Hi there, Mohammed. Don't be too frightened, okay? Don't be too frightened. It'll be okay. I know that I am absolutely terrifying with my oldness, my baldness, you know. Happy early birthday, Rangadis. You were born on Easter. You rose from your mother's vagina like Jesus rose from the dead on Easter Sunday. These orange glasses are a little scary. Complicated girls are bad? I'm not sure. I actually don't play bass like a guitar. I play bass like a bass because I never learned how to use a pick with the guitar anyway. So when I play bass, I play with my fingers and I play like a bass. You know, I'm kind of I'm kind of just naturally actually a pretty good bass player because of how I play guitar. I don't think all women are complicated. I think Rachel's fairly straightforward. I feel like I understand her well. She doesn't require much, just to be empowered to do whatever she wants, whenever she wants, all the time. That's all she requires. It's not much. Yes, but how does all of this affect LeBron's legacy? Well, I think the Lakers are going to win the championship this year. You started on the cello, ended up on the double bass. You know, Rachel wants to sleep when she wants. She wants to get up when she wants. She wants to stay home when she wants. She wants to go out when she wants. And that's totally fine. She also tries to be like accommodating to me. But I recognize that the number one thing is keep Rachel happy. Because if she's fussy, it's not fun. Hello, everyone. What's the story, Morning Glory? I like that question, Beth. I'm going with that. I'm going to cop that. What's the story, Morning Glory? I like it. The story, well, it's a long and torrid affair. You a Ken Carson fan? I've never heard of Ken Carson. I answered because you're a girl and I'm a simp. Aren't we all really simps for girls in some sense? I guess maybe the Chads aren't, but you know me. It's like as soon as I hold a girl's hand, I'm just like, let's get married. Time to get married. Thanks, simple girl. Bass is cool, you know. If you want to play bass, there's just one key thing to remember. You're part of the rhythm section. You and the drums have to be locked in place. You're not there to do anything fancy. You're there to be a steady, reliable part of the rhythm section. I've got a daughter too. Does that mean you're not a simp? I'm not sure exactly what simp means, maybe. I just thought it meant kind of like beta male who loves their wife a lot or something. They're blasting Brian Adams. I don't blame you for dying for that. Dave Walton, thank you. What are you thanking for? I actually don't like these glasses. They're just a little too hipster for me. But they were what they had at the supermarket that met my criteria at the time when I bought these. I since bought two other pairs because I noticed when I went back to the supermarket they'd gotten a new supply of glasses. Means wimpy man. I think a simp is putting different gender from yours above your own sex. Also, my high achieving ENTJ bro-in-law just bought a Mercedes. Mom and called me to let me know. Yep, early old man. I think it's fair to treat both sexes the same. I'm not about treating individual people according to their sex at all. Bring it says, "Now your glasses are mad crazy." But at the same time, like, I've always been one, I've been kind of old fashioned. Like, if I ask a girl out on a date or something, that means I'm paying for everything for sure. I wouldn't even dream of thinking of it being any other way. It would be, I'd be just like, I don't know, maybe I was born during a time period where Dutch stuff going Dutch wasn't cool or just was like classless, right? So my take on it has always been, if a girl's willing to give me a chance to go out with me, I'm going to pay for the meal. You can low key take anyone's girlfriend. I mean, maybe you can. I don't know, but I think I would never dream of trying to do that. I'm very happy in my marriage. Very happy with Rachel. I have no interest in other women. I don't have a wandering eye at all. You know, I like my expression of my sexual self to be exclusively occurring in an extremely safe feeling relationship where I don't have to worry about that kind of stuff at all, you know? Some girl says, my husband was old fashioned and I definitely knew my place, however, he was an amazing provider and strong. Well, you know, maybe I have a bit of an old fashioned quality to me, but I would never expect Rachel to know her place. The thing that I think of that made me most angry at Rachel ever, and made me had to quote unquote check her ass, you know, was one time she basically indicated that I couldn't be objective about a given question because I was too close to the person. That in that instance, I had to check her ass for sure, because she's also like asking somebody else on Reddit how to help me to understand that I was being too subjective and wasn't processing this objectively. I was that nothing made me madder than that. If there was any instance which would say she needed to, I mean, it wasn't even learn her place or anything. It was just like, if she's thinking that someone else is going to provide insight to her as to how she can help me be less subjective in evaluating something, Ooh. Of course, it was during a time period when Corey was here, which was a very disruptive time for both me and Rachel. He came to visit us, but is in an extremely toxic relationship and brought a lot of toxicity with him, you know. So that was one of the outcomes of that. And that will never happen again, I can tell you that. Because the thing is, I may be intent on loving Rachel intensely and etc., but uh, I am in no way, shape, or form. I'm an 8. I definitely get mad sometimes, and when I do, it's actually the case that people find me very intimidating. A lot of times, even when I'm not mad, people find me intimidating. Chicken Fingers clearly does. Is what I mean by am I scary? Chicken Fingers is scared of me. He says, "Are you still sitting around your house doing nothing, yapping on the internet?" Because there's no reason for him to dislike what I'm doing. After all, he's watching YouTube. Why shouldn't I be making it? I just got up at like 5 a.m. Anyway, uh, so what I'm doing is, live streaming, sitting around my house, yapping on the internet, and accordingly, I'm garnering a lot of new subs and stuff. I'm feeling like, wow, this is really paying off at the moment. I'm not an 8 first, okay? Uh, well, it's fine to not be a fan of Enneagram. You don't see the logic in it's working because have it doesn't really have a logic to it, okay? I will show you what I look like as a teenager in a second. I'm not down at all. Thank you, Michael Mellerick. I don't know what a Roman salute is. But Uncle Addy gets absolutely Uncle Addy. Now, I need to finish what I was saying about Enneagram before I move on to these other interesting things I want to respond to. This is great. I'm 784. I use tri-type rather than like wings or whatever. But Enneagram it should just be understood as a taxonomy of your feelings and not of anything else. How your basic strategies are to certain kinds of negative emotions. Okay, now I wanted to respond to some other things. What do you look like? What did you look like when you were a teenager? I'll show you in a little bit. Because I have a video of myself at 17 years old, so you can see exactly what I looked like when I was 17. Space Shuttle Scam says, no, you're not scary at all. You look like you'd actually be nice to hang out with. You're awesome. Thanks very much, Space Shuttle Scam. I also don't think I'm scary. How do you get 3? I just think that everybody has a default response to fear, to anger, and to shame. And one of those is your primary concern. So for me, fear is the primary concern, and my response to it is to avoid it. Anger is my secondary concern, emotionally, I'm talking about. And my response to that is to be angry. And shame is my third concern, and my response to that is to be like, screw you, I'm an individual, I don't need your norms. Well, thanks, Nagham. I believe I'm a good person. I try to fight on the side of righteousness when I fight. And I try to always, be honest and objective about my own wrongnesses when they occur as well. Money, you are not an ESFP 516. Beth says, yeah, you do sound like a knowledgeable guy. Well, thanks, Beth. Number 357 says, I think you're very interested in someone I enjoy hanging out listening to. Thanks, Number. I actually I'm not I wasn't fishing for any kind of compliments here, nor am I concerned about people being scared of me. I was just thinking to myself last night after dealing with in, and then he came back under a different account. He was being rather hateful, and he said, like, watch out for N, he's dangerous. And I said, okay, well, but I was asking, he never responded, but my question was, okay, even if that's the case, like, why would you be proud of that, or how is that a good thing? I never got any response to it. But when someone tells you they're dangerous, usually it means they're scared of you, right? In some sense, they're scared of you because they're trying to indicate, like, I'm not going to be scared of you. You need to be scared of me. Eric is amazing at flowing with all the comments and moving on quick, not getting bogged down. Well, thanks, Big Dog Mofo. That's great to hear. Muhammad says, so you think you're always dealing with fear most of all your life? That doesn't make sense. Emotions come and go. No, I don't think that, Muhammad. When I said my primary concern emotionally is fear, I think that it doesn't mean I'm mostly involved in fear or any of those emotions. It just means that the negative emotion that's going to most reliably elicit a consistent response from me when it occurs is fear. But like, I don't have any fear right now. I'm not explicable via anagram at all. So that's what I'm saying. If you limit it to just instances of those three emotions and your default strategy to them, then you're not trying to make it into a personality type thing. It's just explaining how, when you encounter fear, here's how you react to it. When you encounter anger, here's how your default will reflexively react to it. When you encounter shame. But for me, those are not frequently encountered. I'm not usually in a state of fear, anger, or shame. The aura. Fire, fire. Siren, siren, fire, fire. Sad, sad, sad. ENFPs are hopeless. I mean, ENFPs are kind of tragic, really. Look at Robin Williams. It's kind of like the classic ENFP. And he's just such a tragic figure in all regards. But, not every ENFP is like that. However, it's hard not to end up like that if you're an ENFP, because you got FI, the tool function, you got all this subjectivity up front, but you've got, an objective action function of extroverted intuition at the top. No, I mean, we have found that out already. Cognitive functions are the explanation for personality. They don't work exactly like Enneagram does, because Enneagram doesn't really have mechanics, whereas cognitive functions do. So, like, the reason I'm doing this and continue doing this all the time, so Chicken Fingers doesn't value this at all. He's probably got some kind, it probably means he has extroverted intuition on the backside, probably not 5, 6, 7, or 8, probably. But it could be 4, it could be 2, perhaps. Could be even be, I don't know. The thing is, it could be 3 because 3 is selfish. But I suspect it's the point is, he doesn't value extroverted intuition. He doesn't understand that this could be an end in itself, right? For me, this is an end in itself. All right, you have a good day, one Zenith. Being able to read people's chats and respond to them is satisfying for me because it's exactly in my wheelhouse. It's asking me to generate words, put objects on the external metaphysical field, so to speak, and to do so on the fly. Well, that's exactly the wheelhouse of somebody who's an extroverted intuitor, especially with introverted thinking, because it means I'm not very reactive to things that are designed to be emotionally provocative. It doesn't really bother me. It just rolls right off me, or it doesn't process even because it's not relevant to anything, right? So the way I pay attention, namely talk first and then instrumentally make sure everything makes sense, is logical, validates externally, is exactly perfect for YouTube live streaming. This isn't any kind of work for me at all. Even when there aren't any chats, I could always just carry on about whatever. But I prefer it when there's more chats. I actually, Mohammed, the thing is, I think you're wrong about that. I think I appreciate your input on this. Mohammed says, I'm guessing you would get more views if you put more MBTI talks in your life. First of all, I don't want a specialized audience like that. I don't want an audience that's tuning in for me to talk about a subject, a specific subject, because what I want to do is talk about whatever I want to talk about all the time. And I want people to subscribe to that. If it's not good enough and they don't subscribe to it, I totally get that, and that's on me. Or if it's just, it is what it is, It's like, okay, here we go. Just don't even continue, please. I've heard this a billion times. The thing is, AI can't replace me and can't replace what I'm doing here. Because Creative Light says AI will replace live streamers. But AI cannot do this. It cannot read what everyone says and respond to it in real time in an insightful or clever, or at least not entirely boring way. Mama says, you can do both. MBTI helps utilize your algorithm chances better. But that's not what I want to talk about. So the thing is, I want to be able to continue providing exactly what it is people come here for. And I want them, therefore, to subscribe to this. Alex Aiken says, your energy draws people in. Well, that's good to hear. Thank you. Your fave Molly says, I'll subscribe. Well, thanks, Molly. I don't typically solicit people to subscribe or like videos, or I never solicit people for money. I do appreciate, though, when people subscribe for organic and natural reasons, because they actually like this and want to come back and experience it again. Does this platform make me happy? Oh, yeah. Being on YouTube has changed my life, and it's become so incredibly central to it, I can't even imagine. I found my wife by talking with fan people, Plenty. Rachel could give me a hug anytime. I live here with my beautiful, wonderful wife, Rachel. I have a 25-year-old daughter who's in Los Angeles. I am not lonely or anything like that at all. So, I'm also not a huge hugger. I hug Rachel frequently because she comes to get hugs, and I like that a lot, but it's not something I think to do, really. Rachel's much more about physical touch than I am. Oh yeah, I met Rachel by talking with fans people. After I broke up with my last girlfriend, I basically made videos saying, okay, I'm looking for a new girlfriend now because I don't like to be single. And then I was looking around people who left chat or comments or stuff on the channel. Rachel had been for at least a year prior to me breaking up with Kimberly. She'd been leaving nice comments on my music. She'd been participating in live streams and stuff. I checked her channel and decided she was too young. Like, she must be in her mid-20s. But then she hired me to type her, told me she was 34, and the rest is history. The thing is, it turned out that that she wasn't baggage free, she had bipolar mania, a mental illness, and I had to deal with her having a psychotic break after we'd been together for like a few months, like really going crazy, right? Like, you ain't never seen crazy, all right? Had to get her hospitalized and stuff. But we fixed that, We ended up fixing that problem. Hired Dr. Ingram, a privately hired psychiatrist, who fixed in just 2 visits what Mercy Medical Center in New York had milked as a cash cow for 10 years. That says, I'm single, maybe I should go live. Well, the thing is, yes, it is true that if you have a Well, yes, the private psychiatrist cost a fair amount, but he actually fixed the problem. And I paid out of pocket because that's how you can expect results, right? If you pay for medical stuff out of pocket and they don't fix your problem, you can complain about it. If you pay for it with insurance, everybody acts as though nobody's paying for anything. They just they just say, well, let's just run infinite tests because after all, we just build the insurance company. That's why healthcare costs are skyrocketing. And of course, why Rachel was never fixed in 10 years in Mercy Medical Center when insurance was paying for it. Because Mercy Medical Center just wanted to keep charging insurance. They didn't care about Rachel at all. Well, I mean, it's when she went crazy that I sort of realized how much I loved her. I didn't I didn't fully understand that until I felt like I was gonna lose her. But anyway, Beth, yeah, doing live streams. As far as my thoughts on magnetic repulsion, I don't really have any thoughts on that. I don't know much about it. Um, if you are a YouTuber with a community, it is certainly no one spoke to her like a human. That's true for the for the entire duration of her time at Mercy Medical Center. She was not treated like a human being, and she was treated like a kid who needed to be managed with a bunch of behaviorist shit. And but of course, in the end, she got her. They got their comeuppance when she went to go meet with them. I was on the phone with her as her advocate, and it didn't take long for me to get them running around like their heads were cut off because I asked them if they had any sort of form that on which she had provided consent for being treated for cannabis addiction, which they were insanely treating her for. Because people with mental illness can't smoke cannabis; it makes it worse. Blah 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 blah. Of course, she smokes weed constantly, and she's perfectly sane now. Stupid fucks. Um, well, I care, and I care a lot. It's like I love her immensely. We fixed the problem. Dr. Ingram's great. All it just took was the right combination of drugs, and bam, it's like a light switch. All of a sudden, she was perfectly sane. You probably don't have bipolar mania, Simple Girl 357. Bipolar mania is like Rachel, when she went off her meds in LA before she got on the right meds, she didn't sleep. When I say she didn't sleep for a week, I'm underselling it, probably by a lot, okay? She did not sleep at all without any amphetamines or anything for longer than I could ever conceive of not sleeping or ever conceived of not sleeping even back when I was a meth addict, okay? I never could stay awake for more than 2 full nights. Maybe part of a third at most. Yeah, at least a solid week, she did not sleep at all. And I would say it's probably even more than that. Yeah, I can see the comments, Brian. You mean the chats? I can, yes. You too have a wonderful day, Horse Valley lover. I appreciate that you love Horse Valley so much. And she was completely batshit crazy. Like, she thought her family was having sex in my dad's car in the garage, and she took the hose in there and squirted water in my dad's car. That's how crazy she was. She thought I was her ex-boyfriend, Billy. That's how crazy she was. She went around the neighborhood, my parents' neighborhood, and pulled out people's Christmas decorations from their lawn. And then until the cops followed her home. That's how crazy she was. She was completely batshit crazy, okay? But then I took her to this one hospital and I left her there to go home. And I needed like a break, really, is what it was. And then they called me and told me that she had run off. They didn't know where she was. And that's when I realized how much I loved Rachel. Like, what in the world am I doing going home, taking a break? This is critically important. She could be wandering the streets around Pomona. It was terrifying. So she hadn't actually wandered off. She's just sitting in a different part of the waiting room. Fucking people. And then I got to witness this horrible medical professional people, uh, basically treating it like she was faking it or something. It took no time at all to get up meth. I just stopped doing it one day. No one's gonna steal my joy, that's for sure. I just was done one day, and I said, "That's it." I had lost one connect. I didn't want to get another one. I didn't want to hassle with it. I just said, "Fuck it." I slept for 2 months. So yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. If you've been a meth addict for quite some time, you are going to sleep for a long time. Well, I'm trying to take her to a regular hospital to get her sedated, essentially. Yeah, withdrawal from meth is just sleeping. You just sleep your ass off. You get up, eat and sleep, eat and sleep, eat and sleep. That's it. And the fortunate thing is, once you're done, with the aftermath of it, you're the same as you always were. It's not like Coke, which will change who you are if you're a Coke addict. I used to smoke weed, however, now I can't do anything because it gives me horrible shame and anxiety. Oh, shame and anxiety. Simple Girl 357. I mean, actually, Beth, for me, meth was not a big deal to get off of or whatever. I did it all the time, but it's not like, it's weird to call it an addiction because I've never felt like I was addicted to it exactly. In contrast, alcohol was tough to get off of and stay off of because, and that was much more destructive to me. I'd rather be a meth addict than an alcoholic. How can you help your brother get clean from oxy? I don't know how to. I've never had any problem with those kind of drugs. Those are real addictions. You have with real withdrawals, etc. And I don't know. I would, you know, you could try methadone, but I knew a woman who's on methadone. It doesn't seem to be a good solution to me. If you went outside to go get in your car and saw people having sex in your vehicle, what would you do? That question's a good question, not just a simple girl for everybody. I mean, I would probably go get my rifle. I'd try not to shoot them, but I would be like, you have violated my property rights. I'm pointing this rifle at you. You need to get out of here, and I'm calling the cops. Well, then, anyway, I've seen the worst loved ones, and my daughter struggled with alcohol addiction. Alcohol is the toughest, man. Alcohol is the toughest. I've been sober for now over 10 years. I would recommend to anybody who's trying to quit alcohol that they start smoking weed if they don't already. I'm sure they do already, but they smoke as much weed as possible because that's a critical component of how I quit alcohol. You shouldn't try to do it with nothing, I've helped a few people kick while in jail, brothers, to see people hurting. Um, I don't understand how they legalize alcohol before marijuana. I mean, that is weird. But, I still smoke a lot of weed, and it's still part of my sobriety. I know it sounds odd to call that sobriety, but I understand sobriety as being sober from alcohol, which is the drug that is my demon, right? I cannot drink alcohol or I will be a drunk. So I'm looking for work, and I don't drink alcohol, not at all. And they'd rather hire people to drink alcohol, really? Well, Alex Aikens, I want to give you permission to lie about that. It's a special circumstance. If you're going to AA, they're going to tell you you can't do any kind of mind or mood altering substance, right? And they're going to tell you you need to reset your sobriety date because you've been smoking weed. Just don't tell them about it. Don't tell them about it and lie about it if asked. It is the moral, righteous thing for you to do in this circumstance, okay? Maybe normally lying is not good, but in this circumstance it is. And remember, they're the ones ignoring the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous, which says that Alcoholics Anonymous has no opinion about any issue other than alcohol. And then, when you feel like you're rock solid and you don't need AA anymore, then just stop going to meetings, That's what I did. Sure, absolutely, Alex. It needs to be said more frequently. Jeff Higginson says weed is the only reason I quit opiates and benzos. I mean, the mind is a little altered on marijuana, but not much. My problem is that I can't really get high anymore because I smoke so much weed. I wish I could get high. I like getting high, but it's hard. It's true that for me, David Thornton, that I'm not thinking any differently when I smoke weed than I do and when I'm not smoking weed. But when I first started smoking weed, it used to get me high. Well, I get a little high. It's just that when you smoke weed all the time, it doesn't. You get a high tolerance, right? You just got some trophy wife. It gets me high. Well, I kind of also have I guess, a trophy wife, but I just think of her as my beloved Rachel. I did think this time, okay, this time, Eric, for the first time in your life, choose somebody hot that you actually want to get on instead of thinking, that's not very important, I'll choose something else. I'll prioritize something else. Tolerant breaks are key. I wish I took them. David Thornton, I don't. The thing is, I do take tolerance breaks for Adderall. Like I take my Adderall that's meant to last a month. It takes me about 2 weeks to finish it usually. I will go back to my living room in a second, Mr. Kurtopoulos. Shit, Jesus. Don't tell me where to go. You don't like it in the garage? Would you like a different angle? You like that better? Now you get a little bit of little car. Jeez. So I do take sort of unavoidable breaks with Adderall, which I appreciate taking. That's why I don't try to get prescribed more or anything like that. I'm fine with it being whatever it is. But I don't take weed breaks. The best I can do is I'll purposefully not smoke weed when we go out of the house sometimes for the duration of our outing. Sometimes it'll take, 4 or 6 hours. We have a fairly large outing. And then when I come back and I pull bowls, they get me high, Alex Aikens is smoking on his porch. I would be smoking outside in the covered walkway, probably, except it is very cold and rainy right now. It's not as cold in the garage. I mean, yeah, I can get high still if I do that. So it's possible for me to go, all right, Eric, now, God damn it, you are going to get yourself high. And well, if you don't take it all, get it refilled right at the month anyway, and gather up a bunch of extra Adderall. Then, when you've gathered a bunch of it, let me know, and I will travel to wherever you are and buy it from you. How about that? I think that's a great idea, Simple Girl. Just make sure you don't refill it when you're out. Refill it every month right on time. And you'll gather a bunch of extra stuff. Yeah. Well, I mean, Adderall is not that much different from meth. The only real difference is that meth is methylated. Adderall's got also a shitty amphetamine in it just to make it a little bit less desirable to like abuse, I guess. What is adrenal? That's not a real thing, as it's probably used on the internet. People like to see about. People like to pretend like the global elite take this thing called adrenal, I think, which is like supposedly extracted from babies. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Don't believe it. Who's better than that? Who, me? I'm a tweaker? I'm not a tweaker. I just like amphetamines. But like I said, I'm kind of a 2-week on, 2-week off kind of guy in the status quo. I take my Adderall for a couple weeks. I'm off it for a couple weeks. Good job, Simple Girl. Way to stash up. Like I said, my problem drug was alcohol. I would have been a fool then or now to try to quit things that I don't have a problem with, that don't ruin my life. I don't remember exactly what step it is. It says we had to admit that our lives had become unmanageable. I don't do anything that allows my life to become unmanageable, and so for me, Adderall works fine. Like I'm on 30. I took 30 milligrams of Adderall this morning. That's what I'm prescribed. And so I'm fine with that. Sometimes I take more. I'm fine with that too. But I don't take any coke. No, I don't do cocaine. I occasionally take mushrooms. I'm happy that I do that. I'll take most anything, really, except for opioids. I will take. I used to have a hookup for DMT. I love DMT. Are you more trusting than others? You seem like someone who does do stuff with new people. I think I'm appropriately trusting. I was happy to invite Acacia and Ruben here after I had spoken to them in person, and after they'd been around the channel for quite a long time. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to trust anyone. I got a good sense. I got a good intuition about people. I don't have access to acid. If I did, I would probably take it. But acid's a little bit of an iffy proposition because you're dealing with something that's dosed in micrograms. Take a little teeny piece of paper. It could have 100 mics on it. It could have 1,000. That's the difference between nothing and tripping your brains out. If I were to take acid, I'd make sure I had Klonopin on hand because benzos are a trip killer. Man with the Great Machete says, few people are completely unhinged, so they are at the point of no return. Got some from a busker. Did it work? Was it good? Cool. Can you mail your 17th child to me? No, Rachel and I are fine with just 2 cats. We don't want any more cats. Yeah, okay. Well, Simple Girl 357, it's conceivable that you could be like a INFJ or ISFJ or something like that. Oh my God, it snowed last night. How crazy. Isn't it April almost? It's almost April. How come it snowed last night? I knew it was cold. It's like Last night when I was streaming and it was raining, I said, it's raining, but it feels like it should be snowing. It's so goddamn cold out here. Well, look, it did snow last night. Now it's rained this morning and washed away some of the snow. Look at that. It snowed. Crazy. That is a late snow. Wow. This really makes me want to go to the ski resort in Yosemite. There's a ski place in Yosemite called Badger's Pass or Beaver Creek or something like that. And I've never been there before. I used to ski Mammoth all the time. But if we got snow here, you know they got snow at that ski place. I've been saying I want to go skiing like right after it snows. I could go on Monday, man. Monday wouldn't be crowded. And the snow will be spectacular. I should go. I really should. I should go on Monday and just say, Eric, look, is there a chance you're going to regret doing something fun and interesting like this? You don't have many opportunities to go in conditions that you want to go in. Just do it. Just go skiing. I like skiing a lot. I don't get to go very often. I haven't gone in a long time. I only ski. I do not snowboard. No, I'm sure I would not be able to do that. The only reason I can ski is because my parents had me skiing a lot from very little young age. So when you learn something really young, you know how to do it forever, kind of. Pop once says, "You a devil." Well, that's what makes me so scary. Roar. Devil. You climbed the Continental Divide? Nice. You downhill ski too, Alex Akins? Seems like you and I have a lot in common. I've never climbed anything though. We don't have that. Yeah, Winston's mom, get on it already. Email Caroline. Jeez. Oh boy, oh boy. The devil is just rebellion. Simple Girl says, I love to ski, however, not anymore. I busted my knee skiing and I can't take the setbacks anymore. I don't want to hurt myself skiing, that's for sure. Alex Aiken says, you did it with a young life. Sharon Henry says, you don't look scary, you look so cute and kind-hearted. Well, thanks, Sharon Henry. Jeff Higginson says, I need someone from Cali or Colorado to send me weed. It's so expensive here at all. I don't really feel like, getting a felony for mailing things. You start involving the feds, right, when you deal with the U.S. Postal Service. If I were to mail it via UPS or something, possibly. I don't want to get in trouble. Otherwise, I would totally do it. Maybe email me, let me think about it or something. I don't know. Don't you live near a state that has weed available? No. That's crazy. It's still illegal in places. I got arrested in Oklahoma for weed. For marijuana and marijuana paraphernalia. I didn't go behind bars because I paid the fine, and then paid to get my car out of impound. Got the fuck out of that state as quick as possible. Yeah, I mean, I would be very cautious about mailing stuff, big dog mofo. Probably not the sort of thing we should talk about on a live stream, regardless. If you want to talk to me about these kind of things, email me and we'll set up a Google Meet talk or something. Okay. I'm not against talking about these sort of things, but whoever said we shouldn't talk about it on live stream is probably correct. What can I get? What's your WhatsApp contact? No, I don't have WhatsApp. I don't like WhatsApp. I have email, and my email address is on every single video. It's easy to find. says contact me. And it has my email address and phone number on every video. What is Adderall? Adderall is a medication prescribed for people with ADHD. I got my ADHD from a mosquito when I was traveling overseas. I have mosquito-borne ADHD. Yeah, I prefer people contact me by email. I don't check my email very often, however, but I do check it periodically. And I'm I'm both very accessible to anybody at any time and also very inaccessible at the same time. No, my email, Mrs. Mom, just put it up there. Okay? Keep in mind, Sharon Henry, I am married, okay? So if you want if you want my contact information for that reason, then just forget about it. I'm not going to tell you what my social security number is, but you're a trouble. I'm a very strong woman. It's true. You know? I'll tell you where else I get a lot of strong women is on Naked and Afraid. Many, many women, maybe like 30% of the women, 40% of the women. Yeah, I also got mosquito-borne alcoholism like you, Alex Akins. And I've got a number of mosquito-borne diseases. Okay, Sharon Henry, that's fine. I mean, I can't believe I actually am in a world where I have to say that. Before YouTube, I always assumed that maybe it wasn't true, but that I just had no dating capital. Chicks didn't like me, whatever. Nowadays, it's like uh, just because I have a YouTube channel, I have to be like, uh, fending off advances is insane. I cannot believe that any such thing would have ever happened. Not that I'm interested in having it happen either. I'm very much an LTR guy. I've always been push shy, but just being a YouTuber, all of a sudden you get all this dating capital. Landquaman. There's no S in it, Big Dog Mofo. You need to lose the S. I actually said it with the S the other day because you kept writing it like that. It's not Landsquaman. It's Landquaman. Okay? It's not even a problem. It's just a reality, and it's not great or bad. It's just what it is. I'm still the same as I've always been. Doesn't matter how many chicks are interested in me. I'm only interested in my relationship partner. Raouf de Jafar. Okay. Where in the world did you get the notion that it would be a good idea to go around to YouTube live streams and say the testimony that there is no God but God and that Muhammad is the messenger of God? Why would you think that's a good thing to say? Are you thinking that people are like, oh, finally I get it. Now I understand. Muhammad is the messenger of God, and only God is God. Before reading this important chat, I was an atheist or a Christian or a Hindu or something. But now I want to be a Muslim. Is that what you think is going to happen, Raouf Jafar? It's not. What people are going to say is, shut the fuck up. People are going to be like, I don't want anything to do with this Muhammad thing because if that's what people who believe in that do is go around and copy and paste the same thing. I know it's exactly the same in copy and paste because it has the same space between test and imony. So, like, what in the world are you thinking? If you're just copying and pasting that, you probably can't even understand what I'm saying right now. Certainly, nobody's going to be persuaded by that. For goodness sakes. All right? I have really the same thing to say about the Jesus people who come around and are like, accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. Blah, blah. Just shut the fuck up already. What are you doing? Everybody enjoy your grundle today. All right. I prefer we call it a grundle, Roy Demio's brother. So could you imagine me going around and being like, um, everybody read Milton's Paradise Lost. It's critically important that you read it. Don't forget, Milton wrote Paradise Lost. It's in metered verse. Have you read Paradise Lost? It would be like, shut up about the Paradise Lost already in the Milton. Just you can't talk about anything else. But these Jesus people and Muhammad people, they come around and just talk about that shit. Um, and it's like they're just obsessed with Paradise Lost. Like, stop being so obsessed with one thing. Like, care about other things too. Simple Girl 357 says, I don't go to bars because I can't stand drunks hitting on me. They all want to touch my hair. Well, one thing I've noticed about the world via YouTube, I've made this notice, is that women are constantly being hit on. You know, it doesn't matter even if you have a circle that has a picture of a girl, like Sharon Henry, you will be hit on. I guarantee it. Even though you're just two words, Sharon Henry, because the first word is a girl's name, you will be hit on. It doesn't matter if you're 110 years old, you will be hit on. You will be hit on until people determine, in fact, definitively that you're not in their eligible female range. Simple Girl 357, same thing. Madison Smith, same thing. It's unfortunate, but I've learned that's what reality has to offer here on YouTube. Yes, I am very scary, says Madison Smith. Well, you know, that's why I'm so in demand at Halloween. Muhammad, nobody ever got anywhere by being like constantly thirsty and just like I don't see an X chromosome. Hey girl. Nobody ever got anywhere that way. All right. You gotta play it cool. You gotta play it cool. Like this. Like, I'm talking to you like a human being. I'm not looking at your tits, right? I think you're cool. I enjoy chatting with you. And then I make a funny joke, and then she goes, you're so funny, and touches your shoulder. And that's how you know you're in, okay? That's how you do it. You first talk to women like they're just regular human beings and be perfectly happy just enjoying your conversation with them. Be glad you're not at a sausage party, right? If, in fact, they're interested, you let them be interested first. If, in fact, they're interested, they'll let you know with that classic move, okay? Like all chicks know this move. You're so funny. And then they touch your shoulder. At my age, men are looking for a nursemaid and someone to take care of them financially. The point is, you don't look at her tits until after she says you're so funny, okay? Then you're in. Then you can start looking at her tits. You just pretend like you don't notice them at all until after she does that. And you know, if the conversation doesn't produce that, then you just be happy with having had a nice conversation with a human being. Ali Brahimi says, sup, old man. Not a whole lot. What's up with you, Ali Brahimi? How do you do? The thing is, I am not any kind of Chad, right? Not any kind of Chad. I'm just telling you how, well, it just makes obvious sense to me. I mean, it was, I will say that when I did break up with that horrible Kimberly finally, and said, okay, everybody, I'm looking for a new girlfriend, and I don't want to look geographically anymore because I got in Kimberly because I said, I want somebody who lives near me. I don't want to have to deal with somebody who lives far away. So I'm going to go on OkCupid. I'm going to find my next girlfriend. And I did, right? But she was BPD and horrible. So then after that, I said, all right, this time I'm not going to look locally. I'm going to look on the channel for somebody I know who already is nice to me, not mean to me all the time. And that proved the better choice. After all, when I started talking to Rachel, she already liked my channel, watched my content, liked my music before there was any possibility of us even considering getting together because I was in another relationship, which she respected for the entire duration of that as well. She was a nice, pleasant, positive channel member, but she wasn't like trying to steal me away or something. So, in contrast, if I tried to date somebody because of geography, then I have to find out what they think about the central thing of my life, namely this YouTube channel. Kimberly had at best mixed feelings about it. Rachel knew what she was getting into, right? She was going to become the other person that's talking with famous people. She's going to have to deal with, all of our lives being public and transparent all the time. Because I don't keep shit to myself, I can't not talk about things that happen to me or us or whatever. I just do. It's kind of like accuracy life Tourette's or something. But Cameron told me about the best Tourette story ever. He saw like one of those shows like Maury Povich or something one time. Had a Tourette's person on it. And the Tourette's thing that they kept saying was, oh my God, I'm on fire. Which is a fantastic thing to say in general. Oh my God, I'm on fire. What a great, a lot of people, Tourette's people, they just say curse words or whatever, but I like, oh my God, I'm on fire. Kenley Michelle says, yapping. XQC fan says, old man. Relationships are going to work out best if the chick likes and respects your work. Yeah, for sure. Well, I got an NTP NFJ relationship now. I had an NTP SFJ relationship before, and the Kimberly was an ISFJ. However, it's not fair to ISFJs to think about my relationship with her in those terms because she was also BPD and toxic. I'm 52 years old, XQC fan. How old are you? 52 and just getting started. I finally did all the pre-life stuff, and I'm ready to begin my life now. So it's pretty great. No, I never said Rachel's an SFJ. Rachel's an INFJ. Kimberly was an ISFJ. What's your favorite YouTube channels to watch? I like to watch Desert Drifter. Yeah, when you're married, there are no secrets. You should share everything, and any hidiness is completely unacceptable in a long-term relationship. All of my email, everything is complete open book to Rachel, and hers to me as well. But trying to play detective and be suspicious of Rachel is the single most boring thing in the world. Rachel's history on YouTube, on the internet, email, etc. It could not be more boring. It makes it impossible for me to snoop on her without getting bored too much. I get that occasionally. XQC fan, I look like Walter White from Breaking Bad. I think I mostly get that because I'm approximately that age. I've got kind of those kind of wrinkles, I don't actually look like Bryan Cranston very much, so 9/11 was an inside job for sure. I'm no wild speculative kind of guy, but I do think ISFJ SFJ and NTP are a good combo. I think ESFJ and INTP are probably the best matchup, but I think INFJ and the ENFP are probably the best matchup for those two. I'm 52, Sharon Henry. Coming up on 53 pretty soon. The reason 9/11 we can say is assuredly an inside job is because of Building 7. Any other kind of argument regarding 9/11 is in fact doing a disservice to the truth, because the only definitively smoking gun is Building 7. So don't even talk about anything else about it. What's crazy is that Rachel, until she got with me, until like a couple of years ago, had no idea that Building 7 had even fallen down. Isn't that amazing? What about when people say transparency is a violation of their autonomy? Well, I mean, there's no obligation for people to be transparent, but anybody getting with me is going to have to be okay with everything that happens in our life and our relationship being talked about on YouTube. No, they never provided any explanation as to why Building 7 collapsed. I can tell you why it collapsed, because the CIA or some such used controlled demolitions to bring it down. There's no disputing that. It certainly wasn't Islamic terrorists doing that. And given what was in Building 7, I mean, there could be no clearer a smoking gun. And again, I'm not into speculative shit, right? I don't say this is how it is when I don't have very definitive reason why I can win the argument. Now listen, cat. Lowly beast. I'm only going to spend a little bit of time watching you eat today, okay? I don't want to spend my whole day watching you eat. So just eat by yourself. Spoiled beast. I'm a very spoiled beast. Let's check on my seeds. Let's see how we're doing. Obviously, it's still too early in the year to plant outside because we just got snow yesterday. Ooh, look at that. I got 3 seedlings. So what I want to do now, I'm going to poke holes in each of these things so that all the seedlings have a hole to go through. Re-wet this and water the seedlings. Put this back on. There, good. Now, give this a little water, like this. Very gently, There. Now, I watered this. We'll wet this again. We'll put this back on. Obviously, I don't want to smash the seedlings, so I'll put that through there. I'm going to put it down lower so they don't have any risk of burning. Sure, let's do this. Let's put it on that. This way it's not as high as this, but a little higher. That doesn't feel too hot. I think the seedlings are going to be fine. So, there we have it, some seedlings coming up. I'm going to plant 2 or 3 in the ground and probably 3 in pots. Well, Winston's mom, that's why I say we should never talk about anything other than Building 7. Because if you want to defend the official explanation, trouble, you stop bullying your sister, then you have to explain Building 7. And if you can't, then we have to accept that Americans were involved. The thing is, Venom Inside, don't even argue about those other planes, right? Don't argue about those planes. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay, I've read that actually, Winston's Mom. It's complete bullshit. Makes zero sense. Does not follow at all. I don't buy it. You shouldn't either. You shouldn't either. So, regardless, I don't want to argue about it. I mean, we're never going to figure those things out, Venom Inside. What we can only remember that in every instance, if you're arguing against somebody who believes there was no American involvement, you just say, look, popular mechanics notwithstanding, there is no reasonable explanation that any reasonable person would buy for Building 7, which was hit by no plane and only a small amount of debris, completely collapsing as per controlled demolition. American building standards are not that poor. Sorry. That doesn't, we don't know that Venom Inside, and we can't establish that. What we can establish is that Building 7 was demolished and fell during a controlled demolition. There's no other possible way it could have fallen the way it fell. No, I'm not going to do anything horrible like that, Boba Fett, okay? Regardless, I don't want to argue about something way back in 2001. Yes, it was century defining, but so it goes. It's not like Cheney's ever going to be held accountable. Even though I have no doubt that he was in on it. Bush W is such a moron. They may very well have kept him in the dark. Who knows? But Cheney was certainly in on it. You know me, Winston's mom. I am not one to engage in wild conclusion drawing, speculation, or otherwise, or other such nonsense. When I say that there's no good explanation for Building 7 falling down the way that it did, believe me, there is no good explanation for it. Except that it was a controlled demolition. So, that should cause any good thinking person to conclude what I've concluded. That to some extent, somehow, some way, definitely Americans were involved. Americans in power. So, either CIA, NSA, who knows? I'm not, there's no point in speculating about exactly which agencies and people were responsible or even exactly why. I think it's fair to speculate that Cheney was involved. Well, the thing has been inside, what you and everybody else needs to remember is there is no monolithic elite that they are. Okay. In that instance, with 9/11, some particular circle of power within the various, intelligence agencies, hidden shit, military stuff, some circle of power within that attained ascendancy, probably in conjunction with Cheney, and executed this plan for probably multiple reasons. So that doesn't mean that the elite made some decision. It means that this circle of influence gained ascendancy for some stretch of time. And it was a particularly bad circle of influence. Me love you long time, says Tippy Greg. They are a global hegemony. They are a vast group of massive world. Well, that's why people don't actually take seriously the fact that 9/11 was an inside job, because most people who are caring enough about it to talk about it also believe a bunch of other stuff they can't possibly substantiate and that makes no sense. Every individual human is an individual like you and me. Just as it's difficult to gain consensus even here about basic facts and stuff, it's certainly difficult for rich and powerful people to also attain consensus. They are not, they do not share the same interests. Every moneyed interest is moneyed in different ways, and different kinds of realities benefit them financially. So this notion that there's a they that's responsible for everything, pulling strings, masterminding stuff, it's affording to other individual human beings an ability that no human being has. I don't know about that. I don't know if bin Laden was involved at all. What I'm saying is, I only talk about the stuff that is definitive. Building 7 definitely was a controlled demolition, and that means Americans were involved. That's what we know. We don't know anything else, really. I mean, even if he were an asset, why wouldn't they kill him? It would be a lot easier than secreting him away someplace. Not like they'd have any reason to be loyal to him, even if he were an asset. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about, Venom Inside. You're speculating wildly about stuff you cannot possibly establish. The point is, just establish what you can establish, and people will take you more seriously. I agree with that, Venom. Gotta hit the wax and drink the coffee. Have I ever snorted weed? No, I've never snorted weed. That would be very silly. First of all, you need heat to activate weed. You cannot just eat just like pieces of weed and have it do anything to you. Day and night, the lonely stoner frees his mind at night. My mind's free all the time. I don't have to free my mind with anything. Nobody's enslaving my mind. I mean, the thing about parading him around in the media is then that would have incited a lot of backlash from Muslim people who have specific beliefs about dead bodies and stuff. So there's also a perfectly good explanation for why they wouldn't have done that. They're trying to manage perceptions one way or the other, right? No, I never served in the military. Why is it 222 where you are? Because you are on the East Coast. The higher is 722 where I am here on the West Coast. Yeah, I never served in the military. I'm not that kind of guy who's cut out for that kind of thing. I'm wimpy. I'm a princess, you know. Like, I need to sleep when I want to sleep. I need to eat when I want to eat. I don't like being told what to do. I'm definitely not cut out for the military. Oh, it's fine, listen to him. I'll tell Mr. Good. I don't even bother reading it, let alone telling him no. You don't need to worry about me having difficulty telling him no. Well, good for you. Ben said, would you like me to thank you for your service? My dad was in the military. You can tell me what to do, but I probably won't obey you. I would ask you a question, but you probably already know what it is. Is it, Eric, can you give me more advice about how to deal with you in a respectful way that understands the limits of my own agency and the beginning of Eric's autonomy? Is that the question you have to ask? Elaine, do I feel scary? No, I don't feel scary, but the reason I titled it that is because I was dealing with this guy N yesterday who he got really nasty because, his trolling didn't work or whatever. And I hit him. And then he came back under a different account and says, like, you should know that N is dangerous. And I was thinking, if anybody's going to tell you they're dangerous, it's got to mean they're scared. They're scared of you, right? Because they're saying, "Hey, I'm dangerous. Don't mess with me." And that means they're trying to sort of defend themselves, right? They proactively defend themselves, like bristling their fur to make the potential predator think they're bigger than they are, or whatever, like that kind of thing. So, um, I was just thinking, like, I guess that guy must have been scared of me in some sense. I can't explain either his anger, his totally like unwarranted anger at me, nor his insistence that he's dangerous. I can't really explain those any other way except for fear, because it's not like he had cause to be angry at me because I crossed his boundaries or something. And um, it's not like he needed to express to me that he was dangerous because um, I mean, it's like I can't come up with any other reason than fear. Try some topics. What city are you in? Mariposa. Well, thanks, Putty Tains. I really need your advice on how to do a live stream. I've only been doing it since YouTube initially initiated live streaming all the time for years. This is how I roll, Putty Tains. The topic right now is your suggestion that I try some topics. And my response to your topic is I have plenty of topics here. Every time anybody writes something in the chat, I have a topic to discuss. I took my college money from the Army and ran. I used it to become a union commercial industrial electrician. Well, I could use an electrician here, Venom inside. I have this light on the porch that's broken. I'm afraid to try to fix it myself because I don't want to mess with electricity. Electricity is one thing that's not really a DIY thing. DIY thing, I mean. Simple Girl says, Machete, you're right about all. However, I pretty much just worry about my world. I can't do a thing about bigger things. Yeah. Oh, hey, listen, Putty Change, what you want to say to me is this, all right? Get out of here, Baldy. Get out of here, Baldy. That's what you want to say to me. That's how you jeer a bald person. I mean, obviously, I'm deeply opposed to Putin's totally unjustified invasion of Ukraine, annexation of Crimea, annexation of Donetsk and Luhansk. And if I were president, we would be fighting a proxy war in Ukraine right now. We would never have tolerated it and let it happen. After all, when Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons back in the day, we had them sign the Minsk protocols, which promised them that we would be there to protect them if Russia ever invaded them. No, I'm not Jewish, divorced truck driver. I I used to have wigs. I'm not sure where my wigs are. But those were just for fun and jokes. I'm not attempting to fake out people about my hair. I can think of a YouTuber who does that, but that is definitely not me. The only people you should be scared of are actual threats like to you and your family. There's something to lose, and the person is capable of, example, harming someone you love. That brings fear. That's how a lot of gangs, mafia operate. They threaten your family and intimidate. Why are a lot of MAGA suddenly backing Putin? Because the same kind of um, extra legal impulses that drive Trump and cause people to view him as, you know, instead of a totally unqualified buffoon, they view him as a breath of fresh air, um, you know, changing things up in this horrible Washington. Well, really, horrible Washington, is that those are the habits of democracy. checks and balances, difficulties getting things done. The Senate is there to inhibit legislation from getting passed. That's what it's there for. A lot of people think that the processes of politics are the problem. And so they see Trump as a breath of fresh air solution, a single individual with a vision who's going to lead and ignore all the resistance from the other parts of the democratic processes. Those same kind of impulses support Putin because fundamentally they're authoritarian impulses. Thanks, Venom Inside. I'm not going to be voting in this presidential election. I don't think any of the candidates is adequate. I don't feel like voting for somebody I don't want to be president, so I'm not going to vote. I am going to run next election, and part of the reason why I'm live streaming all the time right now is that I'm trying to build up the platform. I've said in the past that if I could get over 100,000 subs for this channel, then I might have a sizable enough pulpit to meaningfully launch a presidential campaign from. I could use the channel in conjunction with actual real world traveling around, scheduling speaking engagements, talking with people, explaining my positions, etc. I'm not interested in anybody for president until I run for president next time. Nobody's adequate. Nobody could possibly do as good a job as I would do. Nobody's as correct about every political issue as I am. Nobody's as totally non-group oriented. I'm not on your side. Doesn't matter what group you're with. I'm on the side of what is correct in every instance. DeSantis is a nightmare. That whole social media bill that got passed in Florida and was signed by DeSantis. Hopefully the courts strike it down, but it's completely insane no matter what. I don't want to be president. I feel a duty to be president because it's increasingly clear to me that history, fate, God, whatever, has called upon me to do my duty as a citizen for the country. I'm a patriot, right? I'm only going to serve one term if I get elected, Trump is trying to tell the truth as he understands it, for sure. I don't think he's explicitly trying to lie. The problem with Drea Van de Waal is that he has a terrible relationship with the truth. Yes, I will be the philosopher king, true, but I have no interest in running for president of my neighborhood association because I live in a wonderful place. My community, my county is well run. People are heavily involved in local politics, very against development. County Board of Supervisors does a good job. Sure, we have some problems here in Mariposa that I would like to see addressed. For example, there's unnecessary spending on the county books that I think the county should excise. But, I don't need to fix this. This is well run. The country I need to fix. And what exactly does that mean? It means, first of all, the number one job of the president is to communicate effectively to the American people, to provide the American people a roadmap for understanding our place in the world, what we're doing, why we're doing it, etc. The president is supposed to represent all of the American people, not just the ones who voted for him, not just the ones who like him, okay? And a good president, first and foremost, does an excellent job of communicating. What the country needs more than anything else is to change the way it talks about politics and thinks about politics. To change it from this horrible team blood sport into something that more resembles what the country actually is, a place full of people who don't have interpersonal disputes with each other despite their political differences, and a country in which everybody should agree we're all on Team America, not on Team Democrat or Republican. I agree the federal government has overstepped its jurisdictional scope substantially. I don't agree that its only job is to protect our borders. That's ridiculous. The Constitution enumerates specific powers for Congress, and Congress should, in fact, be responsible for such matters. It includes things like copyright, patent. It includes things like the U.S. Postal Service. It does include taxing and interstate commerce. It includes dealing with piracy on the high seas. It has a number of enumerated powers. So it is not the case that it should only protect our borders. I agree. It has become very bloated. And my strategy for dealing with that, as President maintains, is a much smarter one than you're going to get from any other candidate. My strategy is not to try to constrain the scope of the government by the legislature, by trying to incite the legislature to take some certain kinds of legislative action. It's not part of my legislative agenda, as president is supposed to have one for some reason. But I will instead use the Justice Department to impact case law. And that's the only meaningful way you're ever going to constrain the federal government is by having the Supreme Court say the GEA is unconstitutional. The, the Constitution does not afford the legislature this enumerated power to make laws about drugs. That's a state's issue. Note, as president, therefore, I'm not going to be saying, no, Trump did not make it that big dog mofo. It became that after Clinton. All right. You can blame, well, really, you can blame Bush Jr. Bush Sr., it was still the old way. 2001 changed everything. No, you don't want to codify Roe v. Wade. You can't codify Roe v. Wade because it's already been rendered unconstitutional as a Supreme Court ruling. They revisited it and said, no, it's not a federal issue. It's a state's issue, which is the correct ruling. The federal government should have nothing to do with it. Okay, well, Venom Inside, no matter how much research you do, you are researching in order to confirm what you intuit, okay? And research is not nearly as important as parsing objectively and explaining what your standard criterion are, what your criteria are for establishing something adequately, etc. You're not doing any of that, and that's fine. You believe what you want to believe, but I'm not interested in stuff that can't be substantiated. Okay, so Biden did not open the borders. Look, being correct about politics means losing this whole the bad guys are those guys things, okay? The Democrats suck, the Republicans suck, Biden sucks, Trump sucked. We need a president who's smart, good, and correct about each specific issue without being affiliated with either of these stupid fucking teams. I'm not liberal, I'm not conservative, I'm not a libertarian, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. I'm correct. That's what we need in a president. Somebody who says, fuck you to your team shit. Fuck you, let's go, Brandon. Fuck you, MAGA. Make America smart again. How about that? Eric for president. That's what we need. We need to make America smart again. And being smart means not spending our time caring about Hunter Biden because we hate the Democrats so much. Not spending our time insisting that Trump be arrested and imprisoned for insurrection or whatever. I'm not saying he didn't do some unacceptable stuff, but I'm saying let's stop being so focused on getting the other guy and start remembering that we're all Americans and we're supposed to be on the same team here. No, we're never going to attain the the power unlocked by unity if the entirety of our political discourse is divisive at all times, is all negative, right? It's those guys' fault. It's those guys' fault. You know, it's the it's the blamer's fault. Let's blame the blamers. Stop blaming. Start solving. Start solving by listening to Eric and repeating what he says instead of whatever it is you're saying. Because Eric is, if nothing else, correct. I may be a dick. I may be unlikable, and sometimes I can be blah, 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 but I am not incorrect. I can defend everything I say. So, yeah, we can talk about how fucked up Nikki Haley is, or Biden, or Trump, or Mike Pence, or anybody else. But what we should be talking about is how Eric is the answer to all of that. Eric is not any of the ways in which those people suck. Eric is the alternative to those things because he's not engaging in platypusing. Platypusing. What is platypusing? Well, maybe some of you have watched the cartoon Phineas and Ferb. I used to watch it with my daughter when she was little. And in Phineas and Ferb, they have songs sometimes. One of the songs they have is There's a Platypus Controlling Me. So what happens is Doofenshmirtz, he falls down a hill and gets glue on his hands. It's a dump. And then when he falls and lands, he ends up, he has records on his fingers, and they land on some turntables, right? And then Perry the Platypus has a remote control that is controlling Doofenshmirtz's body. And Doofenshmirtz begins singing the song, right? So I was rolling down the hill. I got glue on my hands. Now there's records on my fingers, and I just can't stop. Can't stop. Don't stop. Okay? I can't stop. There's a platypus controlling me. He's underneath the table. And then all the kids in attendance, the teenagers, this is fine for teenagers to do this because they're teenagers, okay? They say, I get it. Platypus is a metaphor for whatever's keeping us down. Like, corporations are a platypus. The government's a platypus. Our teachers are a platypus. Society's a platypus. Point is, no good comes from platypusing. Let's actually deal with real political issues as actual political issues and stop caring about whether it means a win or a loss for the other team. That seems to be the primary concern of almost everybody who's interested in politics. Will voting for Eric be a loss for the Democrats? If so, I'll vote for Eric. Will voting for Eric be a loss for the Republicans? Because I hate them. If so, I'll vote for Eric. It seems like that's what politics has become. I'm on the side of whatever the other guys hate because I hate them so much. Even though in actual life we go around and deal with each other, we never have any conflicts with each other. These political disputes never come up. We just go to the store and say, hey, how you doing? And have a perfectly pleasant engagement with all of our friends and stuff. In real life, we do not get in screaming arguments about politics. We realize our day-to-day life as Americans is actually not impacted very much by politics. So we need to figure out how to solve this disconnect between reality and our incredibly overwrought, passionate engagement with politics. And recognize that, in fact, politics will and does impact reality. And we need to treat it like grown-ups would. Like, hey, we're all Americans. What is the actual correct position for each of these things and why? Whoever has the best explanation and answer, the one that withstands scrutiny and respects the order of questions, that's what we'll do. So, for example, if a proposed advocacy doesn't pass the legitimacy test, since legitimacy is first in the order of questions, we don't do it. Every time we ignore that, bad shit happens. COVID lockdowns passed no legitimacy test. Rules about limiting assembly. You can't get together more than this many people. That did not pass the legitimacy test. It was blatantly unconstitutional. The First Amendment does not say freedom of assembly unless there's a cold going around. The idea of extended lockdowns being justified by an emergency fundamentally passes no legitimacy test. Emergent things, things that are emerging, they're temporary. You can't have an emergency lasting years justifying emergency powers that are extra legal, seized by people at all levels of government for their own reasons, but almost exclusively because nobody wanted to be accused of not doing enough and having people die. Well, that's just fucking idiotic, right? It's just idiots are driving this ship. I explained very clearly at the outset everything that everybody needs to understand, was completely correct about everything, and of course, nobody was listening to me. Because why? I wasn't the president. If I had been the president saying exactly the same things, everything would have gone differently. Instead, we had Trump, who was opposed to COVID lockdowns, COVID alarmism, but provided the following reason why we should listen to him. I've got a hunch. You fucking retard, you're the president of the United States. You need to actually provide good explanations for things. That's your number one job, actually, in my opinion. And this fucking tard says, I have a hunch. I have a hunch you're a tard. You know, go back to making The Apprentice or something. Let a real adult run the country, you fucking retard, right? Of course, nobody's going to think the COVID lockdowns are a bad idea if the president himself says because he's got a hunch. You know, people place a lot of weight in terms of who gets heard on position, not on correctness. So the fact that I was completely correct about it and what I was saying should have been what the president was saying does not matter. He was heard a billion times more than I was heard because I was just some scrub with a tiny YouTube channel, and nobody's gonna take that guy seriously because people aren't parsing out what I'm saying according to its merits. They're comparing it against what? What their team says. Well, that's why we need a president to tear this paradigm to shreds. A president who gets up there and explains everything clearly and denounces every instance of this paradigm manifesting. This divisive, simplistic paradigm that avoids dealing with the actual nuanced complexities of things in exchange for just buying into whatever your team says. Well, I hate them, yeah, so just stop it, you fucks. If you're going to deal with politics like that, don't be political at all. Real politics is boring. It's boring stuff that adults do. Like, okay, you know, here's why we shouldn't include in-kind benefits in this bill. There have the following 5 negative consequences. They infantilize, they negatively impact economic sectors that would otherwise provide those benefits, etc. You know, it's like nobody wants to go through the specifics of all actual politics. Real politics is like, should we permit the KOA company to develop the land they purchased as a campground for like RVs and stuff? That's real politics. It's like zoning, you know. Nobody wants to deal with actual politics because it's boring. Instead, so just stay out of it entirely. Instead of going like, well, instead of dealing with actual politics, which is boring, I'll mythologize it, make it all about the boogeyman and the secret elites and stuff, and prevent us from ever accomplishing anything politically accordingly. So anyway, when I'm president, they're going to call me President Scoldy Pants. I'm going to have myriad press conferences. All other reporters can ask me every fucking question they want, and I will give them exactly the correct answer to every question. You will hear no bullshit from me. I don't even need a fucking press secretary, right? I will explain everything. And for every person in Washington who's fucking around and being stupid, I will call their ass to the carpet. I will hold them accountable for their idiocy. I will shame them before the nation. After 4 years of me as president, everybody in Washington will be going like this. Oh, I'm ashamed of myself. Eric's right. So they're going to be like, Putin will be totally withdrawn from Ukraine. China will understand the fact they better keep their fucking stupid authoritarian hands off Taiwan. You know, we're not going to put up with. We need a strong, smart, correct president. Okay, you getting me? You're gonna. I'm not gonna say, well, like, this is my pet idea, so I'll just compromise my way into whatever to get it accomplished. I don't have really a legislative agenda at all. The president shouldn't have such. I do have a case law agenda. I plan to use the Justice Department to get effect. That's for sure. I understand what it means to be the executive branch. Unlike seems like everybody else in the country. Whatever happened to civics classes, for fuck's sake? You know, and we need to get rid of any and all kind of identitarian bullshit, all right? Nobody is any different than anybody else. There's no scientific basis for race. We should never have any kind of factoring that in. Indians do not deserve to have special privileges to make casinos, okay? That's completely bullshit. Nobody gets to have special privileges or because of a certain whatever they are. You know, the federal government has absolutely no business even having a DEA, for example. That's not within its jurisdiction. At the same time, I'm pragmatic. Do I feel a compelling need to get rid of the FDA? No. Is it equivalently non-jurisdictionally justified? Yes. But one has to prioritize certain things, right? Do I think the EPA is jurisdictionally justified? No. Do I think it's an excellent thing for the federal government to actually have and use? Yes. Again, pragmatics in that instance. You might say, well, then, Eric, you're being arbitrary. You're not applying the same frame of reference at all times. But what I'm saying is, as president, I have to prioritize certain things and not do other things, right? So accordingly, I'm going to prioritize pushing back on places where the jurisdictional overreach causes the most harm. And that just makes sense. So I can be both pragmatic and principled. I don't have to pursue fixing everything that violates jurisdiction in order to fight hard on the side of the federal government behaving as it should in keeping with the Constitution, right? I certainly am not going to sign any new shit that is unconstitutional according to my calculus of constitutionality, regardless of the precedent Supreme Court set regarding constitutionality. When it comes to signing bills, it's totally my prerogative to use my discretion as president. Accordingly, I don't have to consider previous Supreme Court rulings in my interpretation of the Constitution. I will obviously respect Supreme Court rulings in executing laws, but when it comes to signing bills, I have no such obligation. You will never see any conflict of interest in my administration. Obviously, I am not there to pursue or consider my own interest at all, but only the country's. You will not see me married to any ideology. If somebody else explains this is what's actually the case and it wins all the arguments, that will then become my position. However, I've been arguing these kind of things for decades, so I've already refined the best possible positions for almost everything. I'm always open to being corrected or newly informed. However, you can anticipate that happening rarely. I'm not impulsive, but I am decisive. I'm not confrontational, but I'm not to be fucked with. This is the kind of president you need. It doesn't matter what the president's position on abortion is, because the correct position on abortion is it's not a federal matter. The Supreme Court was correct in ruling that Roe v. Wade created something that doesn't exist, namely uh, a federal jurisdiction over the issue of abortion. There is no right to privacy. There could be no right to privacy because you can't universalize it. There are property rights and privacy rights follow from those. Um, if, in fact, the Supreme Court in Roe v. Wade had wanted to make a ruling that withstood scrutiny, they could have done so, but didn't. So the Supreme Court was correct to overturn it. The ruling that would have withstood scrutiny, had they made it, would have said the right to an abortion is one of the unnamed but noted rights in the 10th Amendment. In that case, then it would have withstood scrutiny and it wouldn't have been overturned. They didn't rule that. Accordingly, the Supreme Court was correct to overturn it and say it's a states' rights issue. If the Supreme Court wants to revisit the issue and establish that there is a right to abortion, they need to do so under the 10th Amendment, as I indicated, not by creating a make-believe thing called the right to privacy that doesn't and couldn't possibly exist. If it did exist, then I could invoke my right to privacy right now and say, you must look away from me. And if you didn't do so, you would violate my rights. So we know that a right to privacy does not exist. Cannot possibly exist. It doesn't matter whether I'm pro or against abortion because it's not a federal issue and the president has nothing to do with it. The Supreme Court has ruled on the matter. If the Supreme Court wants to revisit it, they will. If the Congress writes legislation regarding abortion, I won't sign it because such is definitively unconstitutional in the context of the current Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court is just going to overturn it anyway. And besides, I agree with the Supreme Court that abortion is not a federal issue. I mean, we can all have our opinions about abortion. That's fine. But we should all agree that the country is pretty split about the issue. And therefore, it's appropriate that it be adjudicated in the incubators of democracy, the states, and not by the federal government. Here's the thing. I will tell you my own personal situation. Rachel is on Prozac, olanzapine, and Klonopin, which makes her completely sane. When she's not on those, she is batshit crazy, okay? Rachel and I are trying not to get pregnant. So far, we've been completely successful at that. Hopefully, we continue to be completely successful at that. However, if Rachel were to get pregnant, then we'd have a tough choice. She would either need to stop taking her meds, which she cannot take while pregnant without damaging the baby, and go completely insane for 9 months, or continue taking the meds, have a baby with birth defects, or get an abortion. So, what do you guys think that we should do if Rachel gets pregnant? What do you think that Rachel and I should do if Rachel gets pregnant? Who's my vice presidential pick? I don't have a good person in mind. I used to maybe think Dave Chappelle, but I no longer do. He's I don't need a vice president who likes to pick on a specific group. We're doing our best to not get pregnant. We've successfully not gotten pregnant for 4.5 years now, right? But Comedy Blue says, I believe a man should have the right to opt out of childbirth. The thing to remember is if she did get pregnant, she has two choices, right? The choice would be to stop taking those meds, which she can't take while she's pregnant, which would cause her to go batshit crazy for 9 months. Or she'd have a chance to carry it to term, give baby to birth with birth defects, or get an abortion. Can I get her pregnant? I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know how fertile I am, but I never shoot my load inside of her, and which is actually the best kind of birth control there is. And I don't want to get stepped. Okay, I don't want that operation. It's, by the way, it's extremely painful. Um, but we've already decided we get an abortion. But of course, if she were to get pregnant, that would be a very early term abortion, right? It would be in the first couple of months. Um, Personally, I think abortion, late term abortion, appalls the conscience. And I think the issue is difficult to determine what's correct about it. You can't adjudicate it as a rights issue because any true rights issue, negative rights never conflict with each other. Only in the issue of abortion. It's unique in that regard. So you can't adjudicate it on as a rights issue. If you were to adjudicate it as a property issue, then there'd be the right to abortion all the way up until birth. And as I'm saying, I think late term abortion kind of appalls the conscience, right? Um, Additionally, if you were to view it as a property issue, then women would have to acknowledge that men have to agree to any abortion before it can be gotten, and possibly even that men could say, "I insist on an abortion." She'd have to get one. If it isn't property, it belongs to both people, you know. So that's a tricky one. Well, like I'm saying, we haven't gotten pregnant yet, and don't plan to get pregnant, right? We don't want to get pregnant, and we're doing everything we can to avoid it. That doesn't mean it's impossible. We do have sexual intercourse. And no, I am not going to get an operation. There's no, that's the other thing. If you're so opposed to abortion that you think it obligates me to get some kind of operation, then that's not okay, right? I have no moral obligation to get a vasectomy. I don't want to get a vasectomy. I know somebody who has gotten one. My dad got a vasectomy after my parents had me. And, you know, maybe it would be smart in terms of get out of here, trouble. Your sister's coming in. Get out. Don't bother her. Shoot. Fucking cats. Come in the cat door. Okay, putty tames. I don't want to go through all that fucking hassle. All right. The thing is, I have successfully avoided pregnancy for years just by pulling out. Okay, which is in fact 100% effective if you successfully pull out before you shoot any gun. You know, but the question, Putty, is not what should I do in the status quo, right? Which is the question you're trying to answer. Putty James, the point is you're trying to answer the question, what should I do in the status quo? But that's not the question we're asking. The question we're asking is, what should we do if Rachel gets pregnant? So answer the question we're asking, not the question you want to answer. Think about it, right? I'm asking a specific question. Answer the specific question I'm asking, not some other question. No, remember, so you're saying, so your answer to the question is carry the child to term and give birth to a child with birth defects. That's what you're saying, right? Because at no point did I ever say the reason this is a tricky issue is because Rachel and I refuse to raise a child together. We definitely don't. We don't want to, but you know, if Rachel weren't on the drugs she's on and she got pregnant, I would say, let's carry it to term and raise this child. There wouldn't be an issue about that. I wouldn't have any question about that. I would say, I oppose abortion. I do not want you to abort this child. Let's carry it to term and raise it. I don't want to have it. I didn't want to make it, but I'm ready to raise it. She's on drugs you can't take when you're pregnant, Putty Taines. So to be responsible, you have to be responsible for the child while it's still in the womb too, not just after it's born. If you are giving your baby in the womb hardcore psych drugs that are going to damage it severely, that's not being acceptable as a parent, right? So, Putty Taines, remember, the child is still a person inside of the womb who needs the proper care before it's born. What I'm saying is, medically, Rachel cannot both take care of herself and provide a healthy environment for a baby to grow in. She's 39. It's likely she's not going to get pregnant, but Putty Lane keeps avoiding the question, what should we do if she does get pregnant? Okay. Should she stop taking her meds and go completely batshit crazy for 9 months? Should she keep taking her meds, carry the baby to term, knowing that it's going to be seriously fucked up? Or should she get an abortion? Those are your 3 choices. Pick one. Don't pretend like there are any other choices. It's like, the thing is, I never anticipated that I'd be a case study for abortion, but we are. All right, so Putty Taines says Rachel should have to go batshit crazy for 9 months. That's because he never got to see Rachel when she was crazy. My wife, when she doesn't take her meds, she does not sleep, like for at least a week, maybe longer. That's also not good for the baby. And when she has a full-blown psychotic break, as she will, what are we going to do then? When last full-blown psychotic break she had, we were at my dad's house. She imagined her family was having sex in my dad's car in the garage. She took the garden hose and squirted water in my dad's car. She walked around the neighborhood pulling people's Christmas decorations out of their yard and was followed home by the cops. Now, so what are we going to do when Rachel goes completely insane like that while she's pregnant? Small sacrifice for a short segment of your life. Did you just hear what I told you? This is a woman who was that crazy. I'm talking about a full-blown psychotic break. And this was after, like, say, not that long after stopping taking the meds she was taking before, which were not good meds to be on for her. They didn't work properly, but they sort of worked, right? You seem to think that this is something she just needs to put up with for 9 months. I mean, this is something that causes the cops to be called on her. After just a couple of weeks, right, of not being on her meds. Imagine this going on for months. It's impossible, right? People need to stop fucking each other like monkeys. I'm going to have sex with my wife, right? Like, are you telling me stop having sex with my wife is the solution? It's quite likely that she's never going to get pregnant, right? She has something with her ovaries that makes it very unlikely. It makes it less likely for her to get pregnant. I'm old. My sperm's probably not that potent. I smoke. That hurts your sperm. It's very unlikely, even if I make a mistake, that she's going to get pregnant. No, I'm not getting a vasectomy. Okay? And the notion that somehow, because there's a possibility that she could get pregnant and we might have to abort, that I am morally obligated to get some kind of elective surgery is completely nonsense. Nobody's taking a knife anywhere near my junk, and that's all there is to it. It's not an ignorant argument to say that I can't possibly have a moral obligation to get elective surgery to prevent something, you know. It's not a bad argument. It's absolutely correct. There can be no conceivable duty to have a an elective surgery to change your body. It is not conceivable you could have such a moral duty. I hope I'm shooting blanks, but what good would it do to get tested? If I'm not shooting blanks, I'm going to behave the same as I do now. I'm behaving as though I'm not shooting blanks. If I am shooting blanks, it's still probably not wise to just be like, cool, now just fill your vagina with pints and buckets of my man seed. We are preventing it. I pull out, you know. We have for 4.5 years. But I'm just pointing out that for people who think the abortion question is simple, straightforward, or that, you know, health or welfare of the mother comes up super infrequently. I mean, I, I, I'm a case study in which, were she to get pregnant, we'd have three bad choices. I don't think she's gonna get pregnant. Actually, it is foolproof if you successfully pull out in time. I mean, that's where if you're a fool though, you don't. Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. I didn't see the series of Fargo. I only saw the movie. I did enjoy Breaking Bad a lot, but it's not very rewatchable. But that's not really a critique of it per se. So I want everyone now for us to consider the following. Let's at least look and see what's going on. Today, we have some basketball games on. And on the women's side, we've got at 10 a.m. UCLA versus LSU. I want to watch that game, but I want to watch it expressly because I want to see LSU lose. If it looks like LSU is winning, I'm just going to turn it off. Now, at 2:30 p.m. is the most important game of all. USC plays Baylor. USC can beat Baylor. If they do, then guess what? They will advance to the Elite Eight in the women's bracket. Good job, USC women. Good job, Gigi Watkins, for joining our team. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm not that interested in the Iowa-Colorado game unless Colorado upsets Iowa, which I think is unlikely to happen. Still, if that's a close game, I'll watch it, hoping for the Colorado upset. I would love to see like all the remaining Pac-12 teams in the women's bracket advance. And then we have Duke versus UConn at 5. Obviously, UConn, although they're a 3 seed this year, remain a juggernaut and powerhouse in women's college basketball. So that's exciting. Now let's look at the men's side. We have 2 games on today. And that is because it's the Elite Eight now for the women. They don't have, I mean, for the men, they don't have a last day of Sweet 16 on Saturday like the women do. There are only 4 teams playing today, 4 tomorrow. At 3:09, 3 seed Illinois faces tournament favorite and powerhouse UConn, who just destroyed San Diego State. They've destroyed everybody they played so far. And then at 5:49 p.m., an interesting matchup between Clemson and Alabama, a 4 seed versus a 6 seed. Both of them, their records are 24 and 11. Should be interesting. What it says here in the reseeding the men's 8 elite article, UConn, number 1, most likely to win the national championship. I agree with that. Number 2, Purdue. I gotta say, against Gonzaga, I became a believer in Purdue's low post, high post, big man game they play. It's very half-courty kind of offense, but Zach Edey is as advertised. And they have another guy, number 4, who's also an extremely capable, more athletic big man. So I think Purdue's a good second choice. They have Illinois as the third choice, originally a 3 seed. They have NC State as the 4th seed, which is crazy, even though they're 11 seed. They got Clemson as 5th seed. They got Duke, who I guess defeated Houston. Yeah, they did defeat Houston 54-50. Down here after North Carolina State. Then they got Tennessee, who beat Creighton yesterday, but struggled to do so. Alabama wraps it up in the 8th slot as a 4 seed. So that's interesting. They've got in this reseeding, they've got UConn, Purdue, then Illinois, then NC State. That's crazy. NC State is the 4th seed. Then Clemson. Can't believe Duke, who just beat Houston, is all the way down as a 6. Tennessee is 7. And Alabama 8. Interesting. So we do have some games coming on today. Again, everybody, especially Putty Tains and anybody else who's opposed to abortion. When I brought this up as a case study, at no point did I say, please give me any kind of advice about the status quo. I do not need instructions about what to do in the status quo. I understand that preventing pregnancy is obviously preferable to abortion. I think it very unlikely, extremely unlikely, there's any chance that Rachel will get pregnant. Because her ovaries aren't that great, I'm sure my sperm's not that great, and I pull out. So just chill out with the status quo shit. Nobody's interested in what I should do in the status quo because it's not a political question. Who will win the World Series? I'm going to pick a real dark horse candidate here. And if you're wise, you're going to bet on this candidate because it'll pay massive, massive, massive amounts. You're going to be surprised to hear this. The Oakland A's. That's right. I picked the Oakland A's to win the World Series. Sure, they're 0-2 right now, but I believe they will turn it around. I think Shea Langoliers is going to have a breakout year as catcher for the Oakland A's. I think he's going to hit 40 home runs. Now I'm talking about the Oakland A's, all right? I think the Oakland A's pitching staff, widely dismissed as one of the worst in baseball. Once they get Ken Waldichuk back off the injured reserve list, I have faith that Ken Waldichuk is going to, oh my God. I just let this fucking cat in. And what did she do? She went out the cat door, and now she's scratching to get back in the front door. Go in the cat door as well, you fuck. Anyway. How fucking annoying is that? Anyway, so Ken Waldichuk is going to prove to be a kind of magical glue for the A's pitching staff. Everyone's going to start pitching their best. At the All-Star break, the A's are only going to be 500, okay? This is what she does. She goes like, out the cat door. Cool, you're going outside. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Okay, let you back in. Out the cat door. Cool, you're going outside. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Okay. Stop coming in the front door. Come in the cat door as well. I don't want you to scratch at my door. I don't want you to leave the scratch marks. I put a cat door in explicitly so you cats don't have to ask us to let you in or let you out. Use the fucking cat doors. Okay, I'm not being mean to my cat. I'm just trying to explain to her that I don't want to constantly have to let her in and out when I don't need to when she has cat doors. Yeah, I have to repaint the door all the time because she scratches at it. Exactly. She scratched out all the weather stripping. I had to replace the weather stripping. Just stop. That's why I put in the second cat door in the other garage door so the cats can go into the garage and out of the garage and into the outside, you know? That's why I put it there, to prevent this kind of damage to my door. So I am understandably frustrated that she keeps doing this. Believe me, Buddy James, I just want to make this clear. If there's one thing that nobody could ever accuse me and Rachel of, it's not loving our cats enough. We love our cats probably too much. These cats are spoiled, pampered beyond all belief. Why are my blinds closed? I just haven't opened them. I don't usually open them during the day. If I've got, like, for example, if I have these blinds open and it's sunny outside, I'll see a reflection of the window on the TV screen. The TV screen's right here, you know. So I don't want that reflection. And I don't know, I just keep them closed usually. When if I want to look outside, I'll go outside. I'm about to go outside in a second, so. How come dogs and cats are not allowed to choose what? No, I'm not putting a cat door in the front door, okay? I'm not. This is ridiculous. I'm not sure what size it is. We bought the house fully furnished. It came with that TV, came with these chairs. These are great chairs. This stuff I got for the other house that I haven't put there yet. I didn't even like to show this because it looks like just a huge mess. Yeah, sure, I like ducks. Ducks are fine. I don't have any problem with ducks. If I don't have any water around here for ducks to float on, so I'm guessing they probably won't grace me with their presence that much. I mean, there's water near me, but not enough for a duck to float on. You know, I've got a little seasonal stream down in the gully here. It's pumping right now, but even so, I don't think any ducks are going to come float on it. It's still just a little creek, you know. Not big enough for a duck to want to come float on it. There's not going to be anything for the duck to eat in the stream as part of the reason. I'll take you over here to see the stream or you know, hear it at least. Boy, it's chilly outside. What's with all this snow? I don't remember asking for snow. I got shorts on too. Let's see if we can spot the stream. Well, I mean, it's right there. I don't know if you can really see the water moving, but you see the water moving? Obviously, it's not very deep. Inadequately deep for a duck. No, it's a brisk iced tea from Lipton. Lipton brisk iced tea. There. There's some nice scenery for you. Everybody loves scenery. How scenic. There's nothing quite as scenic as scenery, and I'm always loving it. 'Cause there's nothing quite as scenic as scenery, and you should love it too. What, you don't want this scenery? You want something more exciting than that? Well, we could go over here, but there's a lot of snow there. Not a lot of it, but I'm wearing flip-flops and socks. I don't want to get my feet get snow on them. That's fine. I could walk. Well, I could walk across the snow. That's fine. I walk over here, and then I'll put this here. You get a nice view of some blue sky and trees. There, isn't that nice? Doesn't that look scenic? I think it does look scenic. Yes, I got a little bit of snow on my toe, but it's fine. Don't feel bad about it. It's fine. You know what I should do? I wonder why I haven't done this before. That's better. If I have it on this side of the thing, then I don't have to. Well, either way, I have to worry. Either way, I have to worry. But I can do that instead of doing the other thing that I do. Brr. It's not that cold though. It was colder yesterday when it was raining. Yeah, like rain is colder than snow. I wonder why that is. I guess because it just makes the air more full of cold moistness. What is cold, moist, and falls from the sky? Rain. The answer is rain. You might have thought snow, but actually the answer is rain. This is the question: what is cold, moist, and falls from the sky? The answer to what's colder when it falls on you, snow or rain? The answer is rain. Rain is colder when it falls on you than snow. What would you rather ski on, snow or rain? The answer is snow. You don't want to ski on rain. You have to wait for rain to fall and become water before you can ski on it. And even then, water skiing is not fun. I've never done it, so it's not fun. I've snow skied lots of times, so therefore snow skiing is better. Ooh, okay, I have to go inside now. It's too cold to be out here in shorts. It's a little too cold for me. Okay, here we go. Jesus, putty. When you run for president, will you ban homosexual marriage? No, of course not. It's ridiculous. The thing is, that legal issue is clear and readily decided by equal protection under the law. Equal protection under the law guarantees that every person has an equal right to get married. We can perhaps set age limits, and that's fine because the issue of people in their minority is one of regency. But as far as adults, if the federal government is going to be involved in marriage at all, which it probably shouldn't be, but which it is by the tax code, then it has a legal obligation to treat everybody equally under the law. That means everybody must have the opportunity to gain that tax advantage equally, even if they're gay. The legal arguments on that issue are as clear as day. So I don't think the government should have anything to do with marriage at all. I mean, there should be any advantages to being married in terms of taxes. What? What do you want? Do you want me to watch you eat? Okay, I'm coming. Oh, I see. You're out of food. How horrible. How sad for you. Let me give you more food. There you go. There's some more food for you. My cat has the spirit of boyhood in his heart. As you can see clearly, that's what the spirit of boyhood looks like. Yes, you have the spirit of boyhood in your heart. And I have feelings of love for you. I think you eat very well. I'm impressed by your chewing, your swallowing, the whole 9 yards. You really set the gold standard for eating, sir. What's most impressive is you do so even though you're just a lowly beast of the earth. Whereas I am an elevated and enlightened human being, capable of speech, rational thought, things you never even dream of, lowly beast. Things you never even dream of. I like to tell my cats not to get too uppity, to remember that on a species level they're inferior to me. But Trouble doesn't seem to get it. He just keeps making me obey him. That's why we're in the kitchen right now. I'm kind of his bitch, unfortunately. I figure if I explain more and better, eventually he'll get it, that he's a cat, just a lowly beast of the earth, whereas I am a godlike human. Instead, he just keeps bossing me around. He's like a diva, like J-Lo. He needs an entourage to watch him eat. Except for him, his entourage is just me. And you, of course. He's had a lot of time on YouTube, that's for sure. I tend to have to watch him eat multiple times during the course of just one stream. I think I do like this better facing away like this on the tripod. Not sure why exactly. Hey, Flaxen Kestrel 55. I'm fine. How are you? Your eyes look red. I can fix that. I don't want my eyes fixed. They're fine. They're fine the way they are. If my eyes do look red, well, that just complements my... What color is this? Tan hat? Grayish tan. What color do you think this is? You try to explain it. You are God, but your cat is dyslexic, so he thinks you're a natural enemy. I'm not telling my cat I'm a god. I'm saying that compared to the lowly beasts of the earth, we humans are godlike. Joshua Quijada has no life. Well, Joshua, you know what? You can find a little bit of life here. Talking with people. Yeah, I mean, lots of things about the house could be remodeled. I hate all of these ceiling fixtures that don't go with the house at all. The people who owned it between us and the original, visionaries who made the house, they changed things. Everything they changed is terrible. But Can we anagram? Can we turn humans into another word somehow? I would like that to happen here in that sentence too, Sean. Can't think of another one. Um, anyway, Joshua Kiata, don't worry about having no life. You're still welcome here to enjoy our company, and that can become something that you can build a life around. Am I a carpenter? Not remotely. I'm not good at that sort of stuff. I was extremely proud of myself when I fixed my own dryer instead of calling a repairman. But yes, my kitchen is dated. We're fortunate in that when the house was originally built, they got top end shit. So it's like the stove's a good stove, with the exception of the stove. The stove's like mid range stuff, but the washer and dryer are top end, and the refrigerator, we have a trash compactor, dishwasher, everything still works well, but it does look dated. I'm not planning. Hi, Sadie Plays. Sadie Plays. I'm not planning on remodeling the kitchen because it looks dated, but I am planning on taking out some of these horrible ceiling fixtures and replacing them with just regular light fixtures because we don't need these fans. I don't like them. They just don't go with the house. Like there is a fan that goes with the house, right? This fan was obviously put in with the house. Originally, the house had fixtures that looked like this, that matched this, okay? This fan's great. That's not the right fixture for it, though. I mean, this one's a switch. Or what is the switch? That's a switch, and there, it turns like that, you know? That's a great fan. I love this fan. That's the only fan we need. We don't need other fans. We have central heating and air, for fuck's sake. It's ridiculous. I'm not planning on selling this house anytime soon. We have a house down the street as well that we're getting ready to have as our income property. So the only kind of changes I'm going to do for this house are because I want them for my living in it, right? I love this house. I don't plan on moving at all. But if I do, maybe eventually, whatever. I'm not worried about that. Anyway, I am mad about like this dumbass ceiling fixture. It does not go with the house at all. But the ESTJ and ESFJ who lived here before us wanted fans in every fucking room. Most of them have remote controls, so it's like impossible. You gotta have a switch and it's like, oh god, just get these fucking things off of these ceilings. Why will I have to move someday? Regardless, that's many years from now. Okay? Many, many years from now. I love this house. I don't want to go anywhere. This house is perfect. It's incredibly well constructed. Like the walls are not drywall or whatever else they make walls out of. There, there's plates of metal on, and in between is this thick foam stuff to make it extra insulated and soundproof. Hi, Baller 11. It's just incredibly well designed, well considered house. It's like there's not a lot of shelving stuff that is out in front to like put things on display, which I hate that kind of clutter, you know. It's just so easy to move through the home. It's wonderful. I don't want to move. What? Sadie Plays, Sadie Plays. Hi, good morning. What would I do if my wife decided to be gay? I mean, I guess I'd get divorced. But, you know, she wouldn't get anything. What I made clear to Rachel is that if anything were to happen, we'd get divorced. If I were to blame, then that's one kind of result. That would not ever be the case. I would never be to blame. I'm not a cheater. I'm not going to turn gay or whatever. But, and I'm not going to leave. So if we break up, it's going to be her fault. If it is her fault, then obviously she's not getting anything from me at all. Neither of my previous wives got anything from me when we got divorced, nor should they have. After all, it was their fault in both instances. The first wife cheated. The second wife decided to leave because thought she needed to, have other experiences in life or whatever. Either way, it's not my fault. So fuck off. You get nothing. No, I don't have any opinion about that, Putty. Obviously, why would I have an opinion about homosexuality? I'm not a homosexual. Therefore, I don't self-identify as one. I do self-identify as part of a gay couple because me and Rachel do a bunch of gay couple stuff. But I'm on my third marriage. Yeah, this is my third and final marriage. Okay. Us umins are dog-like. Maybe shamans, yeah. We shamans are dog-like. If I say that to the cat, then he'll hear we humans are godlike. See, really, Sean, we need to ask this question. Does dyslexia operate um, auditorily like that? I don't think it does. So now, if I were writing Trouble a letter, that would make sense, John, what you're saying. Emails for old people? Okay. Well, that's probably why I use it then. I don't like to engage with people via other means. Nope, just ADHD and excessive coolness syndrome, of course. You can probably see that manifesting right now. My excessive coolness syndrome is kind of never in remission, but I kind of keep it in check, so it's just the right amount of coolness most of the time. Zoe, hello. How are you? Welcome to Talking with Famous People. It is absolutely delightful to meet you. Yeah, so that's really the main way I engage in contact with people is by email, but even then I'm not very good at checking my email. No, Rachel and I are not swingers, putty tains at all. We are monogamous, faithful to one another, married, have a traditional relationship. Neither of us is going to turn gay. Neither of us is going to cheat. We do not believe whatsoever in having sex with multiple people. We're both very prissy about that stuff. I don't know how you could possibly have drawn that conclusion from anything I said, Putty Tains. Dasani Quest says, I'm a young guy who's about to go to college. You seem wise. Do you have any tips for me? Well, if you're going to college for any kind of humanities thing, I would say um, don't do that. If you're going for STEM, I would say just try to get your studies done and I don't know, get out of there as quickly as possible. College is not a great place to be. Not a good use of money usually. It may be necessary in certain circumstances. Other advice I have for young people in general is don't make any big decisions that negatively impact your ability to make decisions later on. Don't get a face tattoo, for example. Um, Also, poop when you can. Don't wait. It might go back up inside and you never know when it's going to come out. Yeah, I like to say putty tains when I use that expression. I say, never assume. You know what they say? When you assume things, it makes an ass out of you. That's how I like to say it. Farting, it's fine to fart whenever you need to fart. Don't worry about it. Better to fart than try to hold it in for politeness. Yeah, I have a little bit, sure. And then, of course, fortunately, it's been at home. I think I don't think I've ever pooped myself out in the world. This is racists. This is racists? Do you mean racist? Or you mean like this group is all racists? Universities may or may not be corrupt, but they're filled with idiots at all level of academia, really, in all manner of academia, except for certain subjects. But you're not going to find a lot of idiots in the math department. They're not going to be talking about idiotic social stuff either. Well, I admit it. I have pooped myself. And then, KD, I can't be racist either because I'm fluidly transracial. My race changes all the time. Today I'm East Indian, but that could change later today. I feel like I might be shifting towards Aborigine from Australia. How much can you bench press? I could bench press probably. Oh, I'm sure I could probably do 20 pounds even. I don't know how much I can bench press. I haven't bench pressed in a long time. I don't remember the last time I bench pressed and had it measured like that. I was in high school. I don't hate Jesus so much. I self identify as a Christian. I pray to God and Jesus regularly. Um, I did when I was in college. I had a bumper sticker on my car that said "Nuke a gay whale for Jesus." And one time somebody came up to me in a store and asked me a question very much like that. At the time, I was an atheist, though. Now I'm a Christian. As a Christian, of course, Buddy Taines, I believe in truth, justice, and the American way. But which Christian? You know, I'm the Christians that others should model themselves after. Other Christians should say, "Oh, Eric's doing it right. I should do it like that." But I don't ever tell them that. But I will answer your question. I mean, occasionally I might tell them that. You need some hose at the crib with you. I have a hoe at the crib with me and my wife. That's all the hose I need. I do, in fact, plan to have marriage wrestling today with my beloved wife, Rachel. But that's neither here nor there. Just kind of on my list of things to do today. I had to look it up. There is phonological and auditory lydsexia. You cannot be. So my could be suffering from that, but so my I don't know what is ELFIN. I'm talking to Sean. I'm reading what Sean said. I don't have any cocaine. Even if I did, I wouldn't be particular. Oh, feline. Thank you, Sean. You fooled me with that one. Even if I had if I had cocaine, I probably would do it, but I would never purposely get cocaine. Oh, you were missing an E. That's why. Hey, you can't blame me for that one then. What is his avatar a picture of? I can't see the avatars very well from over here. It looks like just a guy. What makes it a troll thing? I can see your H. I can see the C in Christian Bruno. Christian Bruno says, I remind him of an old teacher. Well, I did used to be a teacher. Uh, After I was a classroom teacher, I became a debate coach, competition flow debate coach, which is another form of educator, but is much, much better than being a teacher. At the end of the day, you have to pay for sex time. No, I don't have to pay for it. It's ridiculous. I'm in a loving relationship with my wife. We like to have sex for each other. It doesn't cost me anything. And you might say, having a wife cost me because I support Rachel or whatever. but that's fine. I'm kind of old-fashioned like that. No, I've never killed anyone. Not even close. I have not made breakfast yet. Correct. So, I want to know what makes Earl Sanders' picture a troll picture. Is that, am I supposed to know who that is? Is it some famous person or something? I'll walk over and look more closely at it. I see that it's a guy, but I just I don't know who that is. Yes, I haven't made breakfast yet, but do I really want to make breakfast right now? No, wow, have I ever tasted human flesh? Yeah, probably I've like chewed my like some piece of flesh off my finger and tasted it, but I've never tasted other people's flesh. Do you do regular solid poos? I try to. It's a famous troll. Hmm. Well, do you know what the famous troll's name is? I try to have regular solid poos. Sometimes I don't. When I get backed up, then I'll at some point have a colon blow. My body's just like, nope, you got too much poop in me. And then it's just like, no, I am not Walter White. Uh, what's the white shit on the ground? It's snow. You mean outside? There's no white shit on the ground here. It's just some papers here. Um, um, well, good for you, Gunter. Howie X says he eats breakfast at lunch and 3 kids' meals. Star Wars or Star Trek? I'm going Star Wars, but just episodes 4, 5, and 6. Movies 4, 5, and 6. Burger King or Taco Bell? I'll take Taco Bell. Just because if I'm gonna get a burger, I'd rather go someplace else. Happy birthday, pizza lover! You must really love pizza to make that your YouTube name. Like, I want to be defined by my love of pizza. So everybody I encounter knows, hey, that guy really loves pizza. Christian Bruno is going to disagree with the rest of us by saying Star Trek instead of Star Wars. Now, I do like the original Star Trek show episodes. I think those were good. Battlestar Galactica, there's an odd entry into the contest here. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Which is best? Star Wars, Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica. I misspelled this. Should I put Battlestar Galactica? Well, it's too late now. I put add option, so I guess I can't take away option. I'll just leave it. We got Star Wars, Star Trek, and Battlestar Galactica. Those are the 3 choices. Okay. Well, I'm not specifying, right? I'm not specifying. Putty Lanes, who the hell is he talking to? At the moment, I'm talking to you, Putty Lanes. For most people, I don't have to inform them directly. Hello, Comedy Flu. When responding to the question of Firefly, I'm talking to you. But I'll try to do that for you, Putty Tanes. It can easily enough be confusing, I understand. If it ain't Hawaiian, it ain't pizza. I like the way you talk, Christian Bruno, because I, too, am a fan of pineapple on pizza. A great deal. I like pineapple on olives, actually. I liked the Orville. I liked the first year of it anyway. Putty Taines says 52 looks 72. Well, so it goes. Blue Dragon 4888 is back. Yes, you are. Rachel's in bed. She's 39. Yes, of course, Jermaine Goumaid, you can ask a question. I will answer it, of course. My first response to you is never any need to ask if you can ask a question. First of all, that's already a question. And second of all, everybody can always ask a question. Nobody has any obligation to answer one. You think pineapple on your pizza makes it too sweet for you, huh? All right, cool. I could do a poll on my age. I like that idea. Doing a poll on tacos, no. That doesn't sound interesting. Westlot hashtag road to 3K is back, and I am so glad that he is back. Jean-Luc Kirk is also a good poll. Boba Fett. Spaghetti on pizza? Unnecessary. Just make the pizza taste good by itself, and then you're fine. Best ice cream flavor. I go with coffee. Can you answer one question for me? Yes, and that was it. Eric is 52 going on 72. Joe Biden likes ice cream. Well, good for Joe Biden. Who doesn't like ice cream? Eric is immortal. I'd like to think I am, but so far, I've yet to be able to establish that defensively. David Swimming says, you think Joe Biden has dookie stains? I don't think about it. Oh, you got 2.2K. Congratulations. No thanks, Jermaine. I'm curious as to how somebody like Jermaine comes to believe that he's the first person to ever attempt that around here. I've had that. People have said that. I can't even count the number of times I've heard that. Multiple times every live stream. So, Jermaine, please be less unoriginal. Westlot hashtag road to 3K says, you're the best. You're so nice. Well, thanks. I am more nice nowadays than I used to be, for sure. And it makes me happy to be nice. I never wanted to be a dick, but I used to get angry a lot more. I used to be a lot more reactive about live streams. Solipsistic worldview. So, do you think that what are you saying that in response to? I'm not sure what you're saying that in response to. You're saying that's your worldview? I mean, nobody really has a solipsistic worldview. I have just started a few seeds, but I did not grow this weed I'm smoking, no. Christian Bruno says, I like to consider myself a particular individual. Truthfully, I'm just weird because I like what others find an interesting choice, but a lot of it has to do with my dad saying, don't be picky. Huh. Interesting. I see. I'm not sure I even read the whole thing. I'm not sure exactly what it said. I'm not sure how that links to solipsism, but I'm sure you had something in mind. I don't ask for donations, Westlot. If anybody feels like super chatting, and sometimes they do, and I appreciate it, and I say thanks for that, but I don't solicit those kind of things. I also don't tell people to subscribe or like. What I want people to do is exactly what they feel like doing. If they think, I want to come back to this live stream because I like it, and so I'm going to subscribe so that I'm more likely to get notified of it, then that's authentic, right? That's what they authentically want to do. The last thing I want is somebody to subscribe because I asked them to. That's not good. I don't need those kind of subs. I want subs who actually are like, I like this. I want to watch this more frequently than right now. And if they do sub, what are they going to get? They're going to get exactly this, a thing they sub to. I'm not trying to bait and switch anybody, you know, and I'm not into soliciting anything. Unfortunately, somebody hired me to type on recently, a couple days ago. So I emailed them yesterday. I'm gonna have to type somebody. I should probably check my email and see what they replied. Oh, right. Is he the first person? Does he think that? I don't know. I guess maybe sometimes it works. Who knows? I guess probably most people who live stream aren't constantly live streaming like me. They don't have as much. Uh-huh. Okay. Fine, Oakhurst Plumbing, I'll pay your bill. You haven't even done the work yet. Mark is unread. Fine, I just pay in advance. Fine, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to do it right this second. Mark is unread. I don't see a reply from that guy. Again, people. Fine, I will do that today. Just, I wish I hadn't even checked my email. Now I have something I have to do. Ugh. Same people on TikTok usually. Um, who wants to pay a $5,400 bill? Nobody. But I have to because the septic tank needs to be fixed. Tisk, tisk, tisk is what I have to say about that. I should get Delilah to pay it. And that's what I should do. I should get Delilah to pay that bill. I think that's a great idea because technically that bill is part of the cost of the house anyway. We got a discount on the price of the house because of the septic problem. So the money that we extracted to pay for the house should also pay for the septic problem. So I'm going to just tell Delilah to pay it. I don't like the idea of that big a dent in my checking account all at once. Like, no. No, I didn't buy it from my daughter. My daughter and I are both named in the trust, right? So the trust was designed to have basically split up the estate, dispense the majority of it to me, a little bit of it to Delilah, and kind of like end the trust right then. Delilah and I elected to not do it that way. We decided to keep everything in the trust because of the tax advantages, but that means, but she's the one who, like, if I say, okay, well, I need you to liquidate that IRA because we're buying this house. She has to do it. Then the house is owned by the trust, right? So then according to the terms of trust, Anytime I can say, okay, dispense me what I'm due in the trust, and she would have to dispense to me. We'd have to liquidate everything, and then I'd I'd receive my chunk, and she'd get her chunk, right? But we don't want to do it that way, so that's why it's going like this. Um, and I like it. I like it this way. I like that it's me and Delilah's estate instead of just mine. Um, and it's definitely me and Delilah's estate in the trust too. It's not Rachel's, so that's kind of understood as well. Rachel is at some point going to get a decent sized inheritance too. Obviously, I understand as Rachel's husband that I'm responsible to provide for her, take care of her, and make sure she has access to funds as she needs them and stuff. However, that doesn't mean she has any legal or other claim to the trust. It's it's the Strauss family trust, you know. It's even though she's a Strauss, it's to me and Delilah, the David Strauss family trust. Update on Tiffany. Tiffany's just chilling. She's sitting over here on the Mariposa Gazette. I don't know what she's doing. Oh, look at up at the sailor. I see that. Are you drunk, Tiffany? I just had a lot. She's drunk. She does that. So anyway, this dumb place we bought. I'm glad we bought it, but I'm hating this process of getting it ready for rental. It's like everything is taking for fucking ever. I don't want to get a dog. I have enough caregiving with these two difficult cats that I have. So these plumbers want me to pay them in advance, I guess. So I keep telling them to do it. They say, and then they call me and I'm like, I already told you to do it. Like, okay, well, we need a 10% deposit. Okay, fine. I already paid for the inspection and stuff on at the moment it was done. And do you have my card on file? Well, no, we don't have your card. Okay, well then here's the information. Just here's the 10, take the 10% deposit. Just start the work. Now they're sending me a bill, an invoice for the rest of the cost of it. They haven't even started yet. They're not even gonna start till April 9th. Ah, I mean, I guess like maybe like a small jawbreaker. I don't really like jawbreakers. I can't really think of any kinds of balls that I do like sucking on, actually, but presumably the right kind of globular candy I could enjoy sucking on. I probably just haven't encountered that flavor of candying that I like in globular form. How about you? Do you like sucking balls, Grace Steins? No, Howie X. I do not want a dog to police my cats. That's insane. That would just be a third animal I have to police. Obviously, I'm going to have to police them because I am the elevated human and they are but lowly beasts of the earth. Lemonades are a little too lemony for me, Sean. Gobstoppers a little too minty, if I remember correctly, right? Really, like I could imagine myself sucking on coffee balls. If they were like coffee nips, but in ball form, I could put a couple of those in my mouth. I could really enjoy sucking on a couple of coffee balls. And then drinking coffee while sucking coffee balls would be great. So, Grace Science, I was hoping you'd offer your opinion about it as well, not just ask mine. I like to engage people. What's your relationship with sucking balls? I'm sure the other few people here, 18 people, if you're still here, I'm sure they're also interested in hearing. Uh, Obviously, you've got an interest in it. Maybe you're doing your thesis on it. Maybe it's just a passion of yours. I'm not sure. Are you looking for people of a like-minded nature who share your passion for sucking balls, or are you objecting to it and trying to condemn those who would enjoy it? It's not clear. We're hoping for more clarification from you, Grace. Every bowl is edible. I have eaten a bread bowl before, Howie X, but I'm going to disagree with Sean L. Not every bowl is edible. Okay, you cannot always eat your bowl. You have to check first to see if it's a bread bowl. If it's not, do not eat it. That's not for eating, that's just for putting soup in. I have the soul of a female dog. Yes, indeed, I do. I like to wean my lot of puffs on my teeth because I'm a female dog. How about you? Do I really have the soul of a female dog? How do I check that? Is this a soul thermometer? You just put it in your ear and. Female dog, you're right, Boba Fett. I am. That's the flavor of my soul. I'm just like a bitch weaning pups at the feet of my master. Mine is the soul of a bitch. But a purebred bitch, okay? A very haughty purebred bitch who believes she should win the dog show. That's my soul. I really believe I have the soul of a cheerleader from a former life rather than a female dog. Because, like, if I want to, say, have a snappy retort to Boba Fett, it would be like, Bitch, are you crazy? I am not a bitch. I think you're lazy. Like, that would be my comeback because meow, because that's my soul as a cheerleader. Sarah Allman says, Jesus loves you. He wants a relationship with you, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Well, thanks, Sarah Allman. I appreciate that. You know what? Doesn't that seem more pleasant than the Muhammad stuff? I don't know. It just seems more nice, and even though it's Jesus-y kind of, I self-identify as a Christian, but even if I didn't, I would think, well, there's nothing wrong with that. At least they're hoping I have a wonderful day. Instead of just telling me, meow, 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 this prophet. It's like, okay, enough already with this meow, 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 this prophet shit. It's like, I don't care about your strange exotic religion, okay? Booty Shaker 3000 says, boom. Boom is right, Booty Shaker 3000. BEEEEEEM, boom. That's how you spell boom. BEEEEEEM. Can't remember if I have mentioned this to you before. If you feed, house, and love a dog, they will think you are God. If you do the same to a cat, they will think they are God. I think you have put that before. I think it's true. It's apt. Capino, though, she's such a sweetheart. She's not like that, but Trouble definitely is like that. Aptly named and earns many head shakes of dismay from me. All right, you go have a nice lunch. I'm going to maybe start thinking about making some breakfast. Thumbnail of Jesus, yeah, yeah, yeah. He's a skeleton. What? That's not a Jesus, Sean. That's a skeleton. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Jesus rose from the dead with his body all intact. He wasn't even riding at all. You can take that as a fact. Then he flew up in the sky where God said, here, come here. And he gave him a fancy room in the mansion he had there. That's the story of Jesus, okay? You need to remember it. Obviously, Jesus kept all of his meat and bones and blood and everything. You know, he didn't rise from the dead a skeleton. You don't skeletonize that quickly for one reason, Sean. Unless they buried him in a pool of piranhas. Did they do that? That's possible. It doesn't say in the Bible whether Jesus' tomb was filled with piranhas or not. I think it's fair of us to guess that it might have been. It's probably stretching it a little bit to say that it probably was filled with piranhas. Guys, you're gonna break my phone doing that. Can you please not fall over? I'm trying to have a regular, peaceful live stream without people just falling over all the time. So just, can you knock it off? Come on, tripod. Stop being a jerk. My tripod was being a jerk. Here, I do have my glasses. Hooray. Hooray for me. Hooray for me. Oh my God, you guys. You think Jesus was hanging out with the two bears? Maybe. They were telling him, yeah, so we totally fucked all those kids up. Jesus is like, no, you did not. And like, yeah, we did. What did he say? What did they say again? I mean, get this. They're like, get out of here, Baldy. Get out of here, Baldy. I think what was most offensive about it, the guy had a full head of hair. Wow. Well, I would have forgiven him. Well, you're Jesus. We're a couple of bears. We do God's work. God's not as forgiving as you. Tell me about it. When I get up to heaven, after hanging out with you bears, I mean, I appreciate you making this Easter feast for me and everything, and hiding the eggs. That was a fun game. I enjoyed that, you know. I can't help but hang out with you two. Anyway, after I'm done hanging out with you two bears, I'm going to go up to heaven. I'm going to be like, Dad, listen, enough with the plagues and all that stuff. I've been human. I can tell you, it's not fun. You wouldn't want to have to deal with it either. And so that's how come. That's how come there are no more plagues. That's why you don't have to worry about it raining frogs on top of you all the time. Piranhas would be Catholic. What special powers do you get from eating the transubstantiated body in Catholicism? I want to know what exactly do you attain when you eat the wafers in the Catholic religion? Are you supposed to imagine yourself after the crucifixion going up to Christ's dead body and just taking a bite out of him? Oh my God. I gotta say, I'm surprised. But that is heavenly. Catholics are like running out of their Catholic church after the crucifixion. Oh my God, get the barbecue ready. Somebody grab the Christ. Bring him along. We're going to put him on the queue. We're going to throw him on the Barbie. Everyone's going to be thrilled with it. You know why racism and discrimination was always guaranteed to end? Because it was always going to be the case there were going to be white men who fell in love with brown women. And they were not going to want people interfering with that. You know, that's my theory of why racism was guaranteed to end. Because the men in power were always going to want to be with the woman they wanted to be with, whoever she was. What do you think about that theory of race relations and civil rights movements? And ultimately, the reason that racial discrimination was destined to end is that white guys wanted to fuck whoever they wanted to fuck. And didn't appreciate society saying, you can't bring your girlfriend into this restaurant because she's too brown. But fuck off, though, right? You know, like if you're white people trying to tell me that like something wrong with my mama, well, by your own logic, you're not respecting the power of my my privilege, right? Hey, don't tell me what to do, right? You know, even with your hateful understanding of things, you're not supposed to be that way to me, right? So respect my privilege and accept my brown woman. You know, I don't have a brown woman now, but that's a interesting notion about, I think, about civil rights movement. Now, obviously, Martin Luther King Jr. was not such a person, but you know, entrenched in race discrimination is this idea of what's it called? I forget the word for it. There's a word they have that means like marrying between the races. It was illegal for a lot of years in a lot of states. Well, those laws were overturned by the Supreme Court because, of course, a white man said, no, I have the right as a white man to marry whomever I want. And the Supreme Court agreed with him. So that was the end of those laws. And the funny thing is a lot of people don't know this about Plessy versus Ferguson. Is that what it was called? Yeah, where the Supreme Court upheld segregation in a bad ruling. In that case, Plessy was actually somebody who was denied access to the whites-only train car in some southern state and sued on the grounds that he was white and he was being denied his property rights. And it was in that case the Supreme Court ruled that one's whiteness was one's property. Of course, that withstands no scrutiny at all. So, of course, it also compelled Congress to attempt to define what a white person is. If you've ever read that definition, it's completely insane and hilarious. It specifies a bunch of arbitrary distinctions, like if you are French Canadian, but you have an Indian mother, you are not white. However, if you are Portuguese with a Italian mother, that qualifies as white. It's like shit like that. It's ridiculous. Hey, GDX098. Long time no see. How you doing? Look, everybody, it's GDX098. She's an INTJ lady. I typed her. I remember her because, I don't know, I guess that there's such people are rather rare, and also because I communicated with her some about, I don't remember exactly what, on a few occasions after. I'm not scary. That's what Talls says. Maybe that's the next post, the next poll. This one only has 50 votes right now, and is not, maybe not particularly attracting a lot of action. But ask as the title as, yeah, I was cold. There's snowing. There's snow on the ground. I mean, it's not snowing. It's just that there's snow on the ground. It snowed last night when I was asleep. Well, I am wearing shorts. That's why I'm cold. I would date any race except British. Why don't you want to date British people? Is it because they drink too much tea? Can I have another cup of tea? You just had like 5 cups of tea, please, and some porridge. Can I have some tea and porridge? Because Dune sucks, okay? I am in California, but I'm in Mariposa County, so whatever you think about California does not apply to Mariposa County, all right? Mariposa County is a very state of Jefferson kind of county, you know? Am I scary? Let's find out. Let's find out. I am scary. Is KE an exotic Morocco? While you're there, you playing a lot of the maracas? Oh, you're in Casablanca, huh? Well, that's an exotic locale. Is it exactly the same as it was during World War II? When last we checked in on the place? I don't do Discord. When I meet with people, it's on Google Meet. If you'd like to meet with me and talk to me, then send me an email, tell me a day and time, and I'll put it on the calendar. We can talk. That's fine. I don't mind talking with you. It's been raining for days. Rained a lot yesterday here. We got a good deal of water. It's nice. Tomorrow's low may break the record for March 31st, it says. Oh, it's changed since World War II, huh? What are they doing changing up shit like that? I don't appreciate that. So we're supposed to get rain today from 2 to 5 p.m. And then again tomorrow from 3 to 7 p.m. That's what it says on the forecast here. It does show tomorrow's low is 29. Today's low is 30. It did snow last night, so. All right. Do I collect rainwater? No. But I don't need to because we have actually here in this particular little neighborhood something called the Mariposa Pines Water Company. So while most of Mariposa is on well water, except for the little town, we actually are on water tower water. We pay $600 a year for unlimited water. And the water company back here, I'm not sure how they get the water, where they get it from. I think they pump it, but not entirely sure. Certainly there's plenty of water right now in California. We've had a couple of very wet years. This year is a late wet year. Like we're getting precipitation here throughout March. You know, that's an excellent wet season, which often ends towards the end of February. So, no, my wife is not pregnant, and hopefully she will not become pregnant. She is entirely unpregnant. I have a child. She's an adult now. She's 25. I do not want to have another child, but under normal circumstances, if my wife got pregnant, I'd nevertheless be rather insistent that we carry it to term. Are you okay? So B Art 110, the answer is yes. The answer is both yes and you made the bingo card. This is called the bingo card of unoriginality. Things that people say to me when they come in. Say, are you on meth? What happened to your teeth? You're so old. Grandpa lost his meds again. And about my wife, they'll say, is that your daughter? But that's an authentic question. They're trying to get me or whatever. And are you okay? I like that one because it's like pathologizing. No, I have no chickens. I don't want livestock. I get homeless. I get crack. George Rachel, blink if you need help. Blink twice if you need help. Bald. Get out of here, Baldy. Oil up, buddy. Oil up is another one I get. It's not actually on the list. It should be. I ran out of squares here. I do get oil up. Like, my normal response to oil up is, where should I oil up? What should I oil up? Should I oil up, say, like this torch or something? Should I oil up a pan? I'm not sure what you're talking about. And if once I'm done oiling up, what will happen? So do I like seafood? No. Does my daughter ever appear on my channel? Yes. She has been on the channel before. There are videos with her in it. She appears by a voice sometimes. Like the other day, I called her midstream on Rachel's phone to ask her if she had any paranormal stories to tell. And she told a very interesting one. It's delightful for me to interact with her. She's not as like public a face as I am. You know, she doesn't like to be quite as exposed as I do. No, just sad. Know it all, wasting brain power on meaningless waffle. Practice what you preach. Which thing that I preach would you like me to practice that I'm not practicing? No, I'm not vegetarian. Sayub says, oh God, it's you again, heart. Inner Healer says, happy Saturday. Kaleido, no, you're not coming to my house. So, even if you live close, absolutely do not come here. And I am armed. Boba Fett says, I'll be your Fabio all night long to KE. KE wants to know if he's got Fabio's long hair. I think Boba Fett actually does have long hair, KE, if I'm not mistaken. So, still waiting to find out the specific hypocrisy that I need to fix here from archaeologists of the selves. We have a barbecue grill at the other house. We have a hibachi here. I don't actually ever use it. I cook meat in other ways. What's your EDC? I don't know what EDC stands for. And somebody like you, Kaleido, obviously I'm not interested in providing you any information about me because you've got some sort of lustful intentions. I'm not interested in your advances at all. I'm rejecting them formally here and now. Everyday carry, everyday carry. I don't have an everyday carry. I don't go out armed, right? I currently just have a rifle, but Rachel and I we're going to get 2 handguns. We're going to get one for Rachel, one for me. Because as the channel gets bigger, I do encounter people making threats and stuff. I want to be able to protect myself. Side Cheek, I think he's horrible. Slava, I think Zizek, however you say his first name, Zizek is terrible. The only time you ever run Zizek in a debate round is if you want to have a time suck. You make some sort of claim in your tag that's consistent with the case you're making. You just run some block of random Zizek because it's just gobbledygook. It's like he never gets around to saying anything. Yeah, I can do the thug shaker. Let me get my hat on. thug style. To be thug style hat, you have to have it like this, like diagonal kind of, okay? And then once you got your hat on, you talk like this. You got to do the thug shake, you got to do the thug shake, you got to do the thug shake, 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 shake. And that's how you do the thug shaker. Cool, Kaleido. I encounter this sort of stuff all the time, so it doesn't, it doesn't distress me at all. Hi Hitler FP. Yeah, I see your cat looks like Hitler. It's good to know. Thoughts on human hybrid reptilians? I don't think there are any lizard people. Okay, I've heard this from other people before. I think it's incredibly silly. I don't know what would make people think they're lizard people or why they would think that. Here we go. As proof of the lack of originality of this thing. How to Clash now says, I oil up, little bro. I'll be there in 5. You're not coming here in 5 or in any, okay? Yeah, I use my phone mic for streaming. Is the audio getting bad? Ruben tells me he thinks it's a sync issue. When the audio gets bad, I have to close the app and then restart the app, and then it'll start working again. Is it the case that the audio is like crackly or not? Eva A, I can say your name. Eva A, Eva A, Eva A, Eva A, Eva A. My name is my dad's grandfather's name. I think my dad's grandfather is a very kind person, even if I didn't saw him. I see. Do I believe in green men from Mars? No. The audio is fine, says Alex Akins. Good. Glad to hear it. Sean L also says it's really good. Good. Glad to hear it. XNTJs are born to be successful. XNTPs are born to be right. Eric, why so many contributors on the MBTI community have this conviction? TI is smart, while TE just does what it wants. Well, I think TI people feel have a bit of an inferiority complex because I already said your name, Eva A. I don't want to say it in order to earn your subscription. I just wanted to say it because you wanted me to say it. It's fine. So TI people experience this phenomenon frequently, especially when dealing maybe with SITE, that it doesn't necessarily matter that much, the words and stuff. What matters is whether or not this is effective. And the world in general rewards effectiveness more than it rewards correctness. Indeed, correctness is most and best applied to interfere with other people's ability to do things. It checks things for legitimacy and says no. And even if it says okay, it doesn't say yes. So obviously the world doesn't necessarily appreciate a reward. That people don't want to be shut down in their execution of ideas that they're doing for their own interest or what they may think is even good for a larger interest. But accordingly, TI people are kind of like San Francisco is about Los Angeles. San Francisco is always saying how like it's better than Los Angeles. Los Angeles doesn't care enough about San Francisco to think about it. So be glad you're an INTJ. Big Puppy, hello. I'm not a biker, but biker. Putty Tane says, do you think men can be women? No. I think men can have surgery, can identify as women, can want to be thought of as women, want others to identify them as women. But no, I don't think men can be women because a person's sex is determined by whether or not they have a Y chromosome, and that's a binary and definitive matter. Say Beyonce. Okay, Beyonce, I will say it. Tell it to me, drink corn liquor, let the cocaine be. Hey, hey, buddy, let the cocaine be. I don't drink any liquor and I don't do any cocaine. I'm assuming those are song lyrics, but I don't know what they're from. I've heard it explained as tics in TI users. INTP will be driven to correct what you say, and ISTP will be driven to correct what you do. Do I sometimes dress like a woman? Uh, the only time I can think of that I dress like a woman is in the Gregory in Disguise video that I made with Rachel. So, no. Sometimes would be incorrect. I have one time for a music video I was making. No, you're not creeping me out, Boba Fett, but I know that question's not directed to you. Hitler FP, I don't feel like playing your silly game. But also, I wouldn't say you've done anything to warrant any kind of timing out or anything. So, well, you know what, KE? I will be comfortable on your behalf. Okay, you can shift all your discomfort onto me, and I'll just be comfortable with it. Oh, fat, you're drunk, whatever. I don't care. You be flattered. I'm flattered. Can I play the bagpipes? No, but I really like your questions, Buddy James. I gotta say, I appreciate your succession of straightforward questions that have a yes and no answer. I like that. I do not know how to play the bagpipes. And while I'm not flattered that you think Kay should be flattered, but I am flattered with the unwanted attention that she's shifting over onto me. So, like I said, I'll be comfortable with it. Am I from 2134? No, I am not. I was born in 1971. I'm not a time traveler. That was just a joke. Yes, I worked for many years as a competition flow debate coach. I coached policy debate, Lincoln Douglas debate, public forum debate. I was a director of a very successful debate school, and then I had my own school for a few years as well called Autonomy Debate. Haha, well, it's not because of what you think. It just feels not super compassionate to joke around in case you were the least bit serious. You talking about me or him? I'm not joking around in any way. Hopefully, this is not compassionate. Will you be available in 10 minutes? I mean, I'll be doing this in 10 minutes. Probably. Yeah, you could say that. I mean, I was actually a better coach than I was a debater. I was pretty lazy when I debated in high school. Gregory or Zeus or Daniel or Josh, etc. 9-9. I was talking to Boba. Good. Well, I'm glad because I don't want to be accused of being not compassionate. I noticed when you listen to conversation, you don't nod and a lot. You don't get attacked for a lack of FE like I do. Well, because that's unnecessary to have to. I mean, people may find a person not especially FE responsive if they're not doing that, but they're not going to critique their FE failures unless the FE failures manifest in some way in which they feel insulted or it pushes on their insecurities or something. Did I get a lot of girls in high school? No. I have never been a Chad, been rather the opposite of a Chad. You successfully, correctly call me puss shy. However, I was also very interested in not having sausage parties. I've always not enjoyed sausage parties, so part of the reason why I didn't ever feel particularly reproductively viable is that I didn't want to creep any girls out because I wanted them around. I wanted to talk to them too. I didn't want to just have other guys around. So even though I didn't feel like girls liked me like that at all, I never was like one of those uh, girl hater He-Man club kind of people, right? Eventually, I realized that I believed myself much less reproductively viable than women actually thought about me. But it took me like 2 marriages to come to that realization. Anyway, now I got a wonderful wife Happy marriage. I don't have to think about chicks or dating ever again. Because, I'm not good at dating. I don't like dating. Just fuck that. Chloe says, never give up. Well, sometimes you should give up, but depends what you're doing. What am I having for dinner? I have no idea. We'll see if I make something. I might make something. We might have frozen dinners. Uh, those are the two possibilities. I haven't even had breakfast yet. I would like to have breakfast at some point. Saishik says, I think I piss a lot of people off subtly without crossing any boundaries, so nothing happens to me ultimately. I just try to be funny on occasion to make up for it. Hello, Illinois. Tori from Illinois is here. Eric from California welcomes you to Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel. This is why my channel is starting to blow up a little bit here, is because turns out I'm the only YouTube channel on the internet. So people don't really have a lot of other options. If they want to watch YouTube, they got to watch this. Hey, Canada, sup? Welcome to Talking with Famous People, headquartered here in the United States of America. I have not really had either of those brands of frozen pizza in quite a long time. Thank you, Tori. Appreciate it. Sayub, the Jews don't have some monolithic opinion about things, okay? So just let's not play those games. Am I okay? Yes, I'm very okay, Chloe. I'm as okay as anybody ever in history. I'm more okay than Marie Antoinette before she was executed. Sayub is not my boyfriend. I don't know why he's hurting me, but he is. That's fine. He can love me as much as he wants. He will nevertheless not become my boyfriend. He's also given me some lizards. So, even though he hurts me and gives me lizards, that doesn't make him my boyfriend. Chloe says, and Jesus loves you. Well, thanks, Chloe. I'm glad to hear that. I wasn't really concerned about whether or not Jesus loved me. But I suppose better to be reassured that he does. I do like beer. I just don't drink alcohol. So I drink non-alcoholic beer. Thanks, Ayub. I feel inundated with hearts. Jesus loves everybody, says Chloe. Everybody? Well, good for him. I'm sure he must feel pretty good about that. He's like, well, I did it. I finally finished managing to love everybody, even the dicks. My favorite non-alcoholic beer is Bitburger Drive. I can't get that up here. Among the ones I can get up here, I like Klaus Holler. I like Athletic. I get Heineken Zero. I currently have a 6-pack in the fridge of Sierra Nevada non-alcoholic. Here's a strange quote. I don't lie. I just don't know the truth until I'm in it. Deep underground military science base. What is your mom? Jesus died for our sins. Well, I guess that's why we don't get plagues anymore. No more plagues of locusts, no more fire from the sky, no more floods. Just like, where went the old wrathful God? Well, he's still around, Because I used to be, I feel I can't handle it, putty times. That's why I don't drink alcohol. I've been sober for a little over 10 years. Sober from alcohol, Some people might object to my usage of the term sober because I still do whatever drugs I feel like that I happen to have, But I say fuck you to such people. So there you have it. What a great Son of God. Yeah. He was the Son of God that we really needed. Because people don't talk about it. They didn't make a whole book about it or anything because it wasn't that interesting. But God actually had a son prior to Jesus, named Darren. But unlike Jesus, Darren did sin. He sinned a lot. He was a bit of a womanizer, um, kind of a con man, and you know, died at the end of a sword after cheating somebody at poker. So God had to try again. The first one he made, Darren, he actually had physical sex with the human woman. That's why Darren came out kind of not Jesus. Second one, he's like, I'm not gonna fuck this chick. I'm just gonna impregnate a virgin with my magical God juice, just straight through the stomach. Sure enough, that was the trick, and out came our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He's more subtle these days. Wrath comes in the form of stubbing your toe, and just as it begins to heal, you stub it again forever. Sean, that is such an SI countervalued, SI6 understanding of God's wrath. I see a need myself to give credit to God, be grateful, ask for forgiveness, in general extend humility like that because I know how it goes. Pride cometh before the fall. It happens to me time and time again. So I try not to be prideful. Why do people find me scary? You tall and imposing? I am tall. I'm 6'5". I don't think people generally find me scary, uh, really. But I've heard many people say they find me intimidating before, even though I'm not trying to be intimidating. And it's also the case that what prompted this title was actually somebody yesterday who in trying to he got frustrated trying to troll, got real hateful. I hit him. He came back and told me how dangerous he was. Well, in situations like that, you only tell somebody you're dangerous if you're kind of scared of them, you feel they're threatening, and you want to make clear that you can protect yourself or whatever. But I mean, I don't know why he would be scared of me. 100A, I self-identify as a Christian and I do pray regularly. So take from that what you wish. I did have COVID. I've had it multiple times. Do I think it was a hoax? No, I don't. But I was deeply opposed to most public policy responses to it. Certainly, I was opposed to the lockdowns, and I opposed it from the very beginning. I don't think the vaccine is a vaccine because it doesn't actually prevent you from getting the disease, and so it shouldn't be called that. And I think in general, the whole approach to the situation was bad. And I said so from the outset. I said the correct policy action is to let it run its course. So, I was correct about COVID in full right at the very beginning, including correctly saying that they weren't going to be able to come up with a vaccine for this because of the nature of the coronavirus, which is like the common cold virus, which is there's reasons why they can't what do you call it? Um, I don't remember. You remind me of the raccoon from Guardians of the Galaxy. Don't drive drunk shaking my head. Who's intimidating? People think I'm intimidating. I don't know. I don't feel intimidating. But First Last says you can be pretty intimidating sometimes, yes. So, who knows? See, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. my dad. There's only one person I remember really being intimidated by, and that's my dad. So, in answer to Putty Tan's question, which is the sort of question that, you know, one might imagine that one wouldn't answer, which is, have you ever had an STD? Well, I've been exposed to HPV, but they don't have a test for that for men. And Rachel's vaccinated against HPV. That's it as far as STDs go. My first wife exposed me to it. Did my dad use a belt on me? No. My dad was an ESTJ. He's dead now. He was intimidating. He didn't have to use a belt. He was scary as hell. He was in the military. He was both in the Army and in the Navy. First, he was in the Navy. After he finished that term of service, or whatever they call it, he joined the Army because he got really seasick. High aesthetic girl. Never understood how people can get intimidated by a monitor. Well, I think probably people find me. I mean, obviously, if you're having a conversation with somebody, let's say on camera, and you know it's being recorded, you want to look good. I'm a pretty deft communicator, and you're in opposition to me. I could understand somebody being intimidated in that circumstance. In reality, I think people are not intimidated enough in that circumstance where they're bringing their wrongness and they want to try to argue with me. They should at some point recognize that they're completely out of their element. There's more ways to be intimidated than just physically. My dad was intimidating because, I mean, he was my beneficiary type. I mean, benefactor type. And there's a kind of relationship between beneficiary and benefactor. The benefactor kind of has a continual advantage over the beneficiary in everything that matters. The benefactor does not respect the beneficiary, but the beneficiary has trouble winning any of these battles because, like I said, the benefactor is great at everything the beneficiary sucks at and good at everything the beneficiary is good at. So XQC fan says, you look too old for 52 years old. No, I look exactly as I should. Did I not take care of myself when I was young? I don't know. I mean, I was a drunk for years, I was a meth addict, etc. But I look exactly as I should. I don't care. No, we're not going to bring back segregation, dumbass. My dad seems like an ESTJ too, so I have two ESTJ parents, but divorced in my infancy. Yeah, Chip Broadhead, you've said that before. You're just repeating yourself. The thing is, what's cool is, despite the fact that Chip Broadhead clearly is intimidated in some sense by my ongoing presence on YouTube, feels the need to come in and take me down a notch or whatever, he keeps coming back. He doesn't seem to get that that's the determinant issue here. It's like, your actions say it all. You keep coming back here. Oh, yeah, I'm bald. I'm bald as hell. But you should watch out if you want to tell me, get out of here, Baldy. I'll tell you what. Chip Broadhead. When I come to your stream, you can tell me all about it. Oh, wait. That's never going to happen in a million years. Even if you were to stream, I couldn't care less. In contrast, here you are again. You must have come here 4 or 5 different times now. I think someone has a crush on me. Well, I hate to tell you, Chip, married. I was just smoking a ball. Hey, Nick Knepper. I don't care what people say about my appearance. It's fine. I'm extremely accustomed to it. I can indeed count. Count all the way to 10 even. Let's see here. I need my beverage. We're going to go into the garage this time instead of up front. How about that? Do I have any glasses? I'll get these glasses here. Ha 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 ha, says Mike Jones. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Pretty soon, the first women's basketball game comes on. Starts at 10. It's the UCLA LSU game. I'm showing what I really think about what. About Chip. I don't really have any particular opinions about you. I assume something about me you find objectionable. And since there's nothing actually objectionable about me, I'm going to conclude that it's some kind of projection of some issue of yours, but I don't know what it is. You tell me. I think the most common manifestation of people finding me intimidating is people feeling the need to take me down a notch, quote unquote. Well, the thing is, it's very easy to quote unquote, take me down a notch. It's just, unfortunately, it doesn't, quote unquote, take me down a notch, you know? All you have to do is be correct about something, correct me with something about which I'm wrong, and I'll acknowledge the point right away, make the adjustment, you know? People who don't like that, it doesn't bother me to be corrected. They want to see me squirm. Well, you're not going to see me squirm here, obviously. This is my live stream. It's my environment. I can control it entirely if I wanted to, by hiding people or timing them out or whatever. I don't dislike this kind of engagement, so I don't do that. But it's silly to think that somebody's going to succeed because they're too much of a structural disadvantage here. Maybe more likely to succeed maybe if they were the streamer and I were the chatter, but that's not going to happen because I don't watch much YouTube. You know, I prefer making content over watching it. I'm saying, even though I said last night, even while it was raining on stream, that it's raining, but it feels so cold. It feels like it could be snowing, you know? Nevertheless, I am surprised that it snowed so much last night. I actually did not expect that. This late in the year, it's just kind of inherently going to be surprising, I guess. I'm looking out the window at the snow right now, is why I mentioned it. Let me put on my glasses, see what the chat's saying. Yeah, I got a wife. I got a daughter who lives in LA. Hello again, Anonymous Spider. Great to see you again. Firstly, I want to tell you to ignore all the haters who comment on your lives. The more you reply to the comments, the more they attack you. Believe me, Anonymous Spider, I understand well how to deal with trolls. And I actually prefer to engage with them some before I say ban them or whatever. Or I prefer not to ignore them. Because I find lots of fun, interesting engagements begin by responding to people who are here just to hate on me. Yo, it's the Marshall guy. I'm not sure who the Marshall guy is. Can I sing the Marshall song? I don't know what the Marshall song is. Hey man, how's your day going? It's going great. Are you collecting disability? No, I'm not on disability. Like I said, disability is a side hustle is lucrative. Rachel and I received no government assistance. I don't know the Marshall song. How do you get over meth addiction? With a tough no, very easy. I wouldn't really call myself addicted to it, even though I was doing it steadily for years. I just stopped doing it and slept a bunch for a while. Discuss nanotechnology injections. I don't know anything about it. I don't believe we have nanotechnology sufficiently developed that one might inject it usefully. Chris Broadhead. Question is predicated on a counterfactual. None of my neighbors, well, actually, the neighbors across the street have little kids, I guess, but none of them have ever been to my house, and your implication is defamatory, so I'm going to have to put you on timeout for that. Yeah, I have a family. I got a wife here, Rachel. I got my 25-year-old daughter in Los Angeles. Brandon Boy says, you remind me of a really cool suburb neighbor I used to have. Sabe says, it's a live audience. You react depending on comments as modern day art. Well, I think that's a good perspective on it, Sabe. Thanks for voicing that. I address the ignoring them will hurt them more. I'm not trying necessarily to hurt them, right? I'm trying to have a good time on a live stream. Sometimes I like to have a little bit of clash. I think it makes things more interesting. I like to have people explain what they're trying to do, for fuck's sake. What do I do for work, and do you love your job? I used to be a competition flow debate coach. I had my own school for a while. I was director of a prep school for a while. Now I just live here in Mariposa, and we have an income property down the street, but we don't have it rented out yet. We just finished buying it a little bit long ago. Do I like the snow? Snow's fine, as long as it's not interfering with my ability to get out of the driveway. Have you seen Jujutsu Kaisen? Yes, I've watched all of it. I watch lots of anime. I'm totally caught up on Crunchyroll with all the new shows continually. I do try to understand every comment, and by and large, I can. Saeed says we're in a simulation. Lou says, I like when the neighbor's sweet dogs come over for pets. She's a sweetie. You talking about my neighbors? Yeah. My neighbor's sweet dog is a sweetie. I love it when she comes over to visit me. I agree. The last question of the session was the best. Do you agree with the statement that while people do everything wrong, I feel angry and say nothing about it? Every true INTJ seems to have that kind of response to that question. They feel like somebody understands me and also I'm exposed. How long is this live stream? It's as long as it turns out to be. Often I stream for 8 hours at a time or whatever. It's currently going up on 5 hours. I stream pretty much every single day, mostly all day. It's what I do. It's how I entertain myself, you know. Scroll down, lad. I don't need to scroll down. I'm caught up. I've arrived safely at my destination. Good job, Boba Fett. Well, yeah, your neighbor. My neighbor's dogs are annoying. Who's my favorite character in Jujutsu Kaisen? I mean, I haven't seen it since it ended last season, so it's been a while since I watched an episode of it. I don't know. I could. That's a tough question for Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't feel like I know the characters super well, even though I've watched every single episode of it. It's not like Naruto Shippuden, Naruto Shippuden. I could meaningfully at least consider that question for that show, but I don't know even all the names of all the characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. I am scrolled down to the bottom of the chat, Sayub. Jesus. No, I don't love guns and go to shooting ranges. I do own a rifle, and Rachel and I are at least considering getting a couple of handguns. One for me, one for her. Just to, like, I'm not entirely sure Rachel really needs a handgun, but I don't think she'd want to be left out. I want a handgun to have in the drawer beside my bed just in case I need it for home defense. I am increasingly becoming a public figure. You never know. But I'm not a gun nut of any sort. I never had a gun before my dad died and I inherited this rifle. Yeah, that's how he really gets to respond to us. Is your family estranged? No. My daughter and I are super close. My wife and I are super close. Both my parents are dead. My aunt lives in Virginia. This is the only biological family I have. I've got a fantastic, happy life here with my wife in Mariposa, and I talk to my daughter regularly. I wish I called her more, but she and I both are the kind of people who don't necessarily, you know, feel the need to always talk to each other unless there's something we need to talk about. We say the number one secret to having a successful marriage: marrying the right person, marrying somebody who actually loves you a lot and who you actually love a lot. Beyond that, I would say it's your primary goal in any relationship, your primary desire, I guess I should say, is for the other person to be happy. If you want the other person to change, to be more like you want them to be, that is dooming a marriage to failure ultimately. You think there are proper and improper deaths, and do you try to be cognizant of how you influence the deaths of people in your life? Uh, no, I don't think there are proper and improper deaths. I don't understand the distinction. And I don't think I influence the deaths of people in my life. They just die, you know? Like maybe maybe I played a role in my dad's suicide by failing to be as good a son as I could have been or something, but I stopped thinking about that pretty early on. I know why my dad killed himself. It's very clear. And he planned to go out that way for years. He killed himself because he had functionally lost his wife. She was gone into hospice, which means she wasn't going to be kept alive if she got sick or something. That impacted him a lot. He got COVID real bad. He fell, he broke some ribs. That impacted his mobility. The COVID also caused a iffy eye surgery he had gotten not that long before to go wonky and affected his vision. He couldn't really see or read anymore. He was almost entirely deaf. He made an attempt to do a couple of things that he liked to do to test to make sure he had really nothing left to live for, and then that was it. Killed himself. So did I feel like I was in any way a factor in that? No. I wish I had been more a factor in it because I didn't really want to hear what he was saying, which he occasionally would say about how he was going to go out. I didn't. I didn't want to think about. He wanted me to be engaged with him in what happened after my parents died. I found that morbid and disrespectful, but because I didn't understand him. I should have understood him better, but I didn't. I understand him better now that he's dead, but it's too late. And I've processed plenty of guilt about that already, so I don't really care anymore. Will you stop telling me to scroll down through the chat? Oh, it's fine. Without that loss, I wouldn't have this bounty, you know. My daughter and I inherited the estate, and it wasn't massive, but sizable enough that I can live here, do this all day, and set up a couple income properties, and hopefully be fine. Hi, Adrian Garcia. I don't watch Entertain. Okay, people keep asking me about him. I've not ever seen him before. XQC fan says I'm 24 years old, completely lost as to what career to choose. By what age should you have it all figured out? Have it all figured out, huh? I mean, I don't think you ever do. If you ever think you have it all figured out, then you definitely don't have it all figured out. It's like I can't conceive of being any age in which I have both the world figured out and myself. You're going to be naturally good at either figuring out the world in the largest sense, maybe other people in a specific sense, yourself, or or maybe specific external kinds of problems. You're going to be extra good at one of those things and not so good at one of those things and kind of medium at the other ones, So I might feel as though I have it all figured out in terms of public policy and parsing out questions as to what the correct answer is currently and stuff. I kind of do feel like I have that all figured out. I have the answer to all the major questions that people ask: philosophy questions, society questions, economics questions, politics questions. Those have been asked and answered by me so many times, and that I've refined every answer down to the best possible answer. And of course, I assert that the best possible argument is the same thing as the truth. But the thing is, just because I have that part of things figured out, and doesn't mean that I have figured out everything in life at all. No, I've never made out with a man. Would you like to preserve your father's land? No, we sold that house lickety split. Bought this house up here. He had plenty of stuff. We sold it all. I don't want to hell of his crap that he collected. He did not build the estate himself. It started as my grandmother's estate. My parents, my mom and my dad, both helped build that estate from there after my grandmother died. And, I contributed too. Even before my grandmother died, my parents were building an estate themselves. They had rental property and eventually rental properties. And I had to go spend my childhood going up there, like cleaning the rental properties, painting them, doing shit like that on the weekends. So it's not like I didn't contribute to the estate as well. How long do I think I will live? I have no idea. Nobody does. But I'm going to say 300 years. Made out means, I guess, kissed. But like kissed, like not just, but like that's making out, Yeah, I've never done anything like that. Bro really said, should I sort out my life at 24? No, I mean, just what I would say at 24 is have some sort of vision for at least how you're going to figure out where you want to go in life, what you want to do. Try to understand. I mean, the thing is, my advice to you is going to be predicated on my own deficits. My own deficits are involve knowing what I want clearly, understanding my own subjectivities clearly. So my advice, if I'm gonna end up projecting my own frame of reference onto you and say, know what you want clearly. But if you already know that because you're a different kind of person than me, then the advice is probably not going to be very suitable. That's dark, brother. What's dark? Haunted houses? Do I believe in haunted houses? I believe there are places that are called haunted houses. Do I believe there are ghosts in them? No, not really. I like to play around with notions of paranormality, but do I actually believe in ghosts? No. Don't worry, bro. 24 is still young. You got plenty of time, says Evan Vesalo. I'm not eating anything right now. Do you have any illegal immigrants living by you? No, putty tains, I do not. I do not have any illegal immigrants living by me. I live in this very small neighborhood here of what you might call vacation homes near Yosemite. The neighborhood has certainly a fair number of people living in the homes, but also a fair number of them are either vacation rentals, so they're occupied by visitors during some parts of the year, or they are second homes, which means they just sit vacant for when the people who own them don't go to stay there, So it's kind of an odd neighborhood, but it's a very isolated neighborhood. It's not like the houses are super far away from each other or anything, but it's an isolated neighborhood in that after you come, our neighborhood's at the very end. After us is dirt road. And then if you go that way from our neighborhood, there's this thing called the conservancy the road goes through, which is just land that doesn't have any development on it. And then after that, that's when you get more neighborhood. So we're really kind of isolated back here. Let's see here. Are you religious? How do you maintain a sense of purpose in life? I'll answer that in a second. GDX09 says, I was 6 years old when I knew I wanted to work as a developer and never changed. Well, that's very nice for you. Sean L says, very few 24 like figured out. Try to find things that make you happy because that is the true meaning of life. Brandon Boy says, I do in Denver, Colorado. In Denver, Colorado, lots came from Arizona. Have immigrants living arrangements. So Saeed has set very high standards for you. She have 2 kids, wife, a house, and an Audi at 24. Ridiculous, of course. Yes, I'm scary, says Craig. Full room, but that's okay. Well, thanks, Craig. Side Sheik says, at 24, I had nothing figured out. Still living with parents and very stressed out. Could not force myself to go to class. Kept making A's one term, then flunking the next. At 26, I live alone, do online. Book Fed, I'm not a Republican, nor am I a Democrat. I'm not a Nepo baby. Suck it, motherfucker. Yes, I played Monopoly. Nepotism. I spent my whole career benefiting not at all from nepotism. When I did benefit from nepotism in theory was when I worked at the county, which my dad also worked at the county. But that was working in special ed. You'd hardly call that a benefit. All my debate coaching success and regular ed success had absolutely nothing to do with my parents, obviously. Now, sure, this estate is inherited, but don't try to invalidate my many successes just because I inherited an estate. I am and have always been my own man. Meow, I know meow, but I'm going to pee. And you need to wait until I'm done peeing. Okay, well, I don't want to have to instantly obey you every time. You can wait a little bit. Yes, Daddy knows, and Daddy loves. And Daddy cares. Daddy admires. Daddy respects. And many more verbs. These are things that Daddy does. Because Daddy does do things when doing things is what Daddy does. Remember that, Trouble. Keep it close to your heart. Cherish it as you would a diamond ring. Okay, I hear you. What do you mean you wouldn't cherish a diamond ring? Okay, well, we could get it fitted to one of your kitty toes. You'd get used to it. I guess yeah, it would make a little clicky clacky sound, but you'd have a fancy diamond ring on. You'd be the pimpinest cat in the neighborhood. You'd tell that horrible cum dumpling from across the street to get out of here, Baldy. Meow. Meow. Daddy loves you. Yes, he does. Meow. Okay. Now I'm done going to the bathroom. So that's good. That'll afford us the opportunity to watch the cat eat, and I'll be able to return my attention to the chat. Okay, I'm coming. Jeez Louise, Mr. Cheese. There. Okay. See what's going on here. Show you the cat that's meowing. Okay. This cat. He is requiring me to watch him eat. Oh, yes. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Because Daddy's a no lover. And a love knower. Additionally, I want you to know, Trouble, that your father respects and admires you. He understands what a graceful and elegant cat you are. He appreciates your verbosity, the many different meows with which you serenade him throughout the day. He appreciates your big vocabulary of meows, your ability to express every conceivable emotion and concept with different meows. Changing to the first person, I would also note that I appreciate the amazing eating skills you have, which I get to observe on a regular basis. And I see your invitation to me to watch you eat as an opportunity to study at the feet of a master, namely you, because you are a master of eating. And thus, even though you are but a lowly beast, and I, a noble and enlightened human, I hereby give you the award for most important thing in the house. Like you want, okay? Can't say you're a person. Well, you are a person, you're just not a human, okay? You want to be the most important person in the house. If I give you this award, will you stop acting like you are? That's what I want to know. Is that a yes? Is that a maybe? Cat never answers the hard questions, you know. He's full of words when it's time to tell me what to do, but ask him any questions, all of a sudden he's silent. I think it's time for some grapefruit juice. Grapefruit juice is a good thing if you don't really feel like making any kind of breakfast. You know, I'm gonna make a bagel too, why not? Let's make a bagel. If you have a bagel at your house, Rachel. Just take a look at this. Chips all on the floor. That's fine. I don't mind cleaning up chips after my beloved precious angel. It's fine. She earns it. Yes, she does. she's gonna get a good stiff humping today when she wakes up, I tell you. I'm feeling the urge to purge my man seed. Don't worry, I won't get her pregnant. Abortion fanatics. Is that it? I think that's right about this. Miguel. I could put on my glasses instead of being a dumbass. Yes, that's correct. Now I can see clearly. Unfortunately, I have to take off my glasses when I'm not reading things. I prefer to just have to wear glasses all the time if I have to wear them at all. I have no whiskey. Actually, no, I do have whiskey, but it's in a liquor cabinet in the garage. Since I don't drink, I can actually have a liquor cabinet with liquor in it. I'd never be able to accomplish that when I drank. Let's see what we got going on. No, bagels will not make me fat because, unfortunately, my uh, my metabolism is very high. Unable to get fat, even if I wanted to. I didn't take it down, but I just went pee. I sit down when I pee because I'm lazy. I'm also because I'm very tall, so it's difficult for me to pee into a toilet without getting some splatter. You know, I'm 6'5". Ergo, I just sit down when I pee. I don't want to clean up. I don't want to clean up my pee driplets. I don't want a vasectomy, Sean L. Yes, maybe it would be better because I would just be able to spew my load. But you know, those things are very painful, right? Like the aftermath of getting a vasectomy is apparently just torture. I wasn't very good at basketball. No, I can't. I can barely jump off the ground. I can jump like this high off the ground. Or you've had a vasectomy? Are you glad you got it though? Are there any lasting negative effects from it, or was it just like a week of torture? I just can't. I just can't go through that. It just sounds absolutely unbearable. My neighbor had one, and I was just like, Jesus, dude. If anything, I'm not scary enough. XQC fan says I'm only 5'5". What do you think about my height? I'm so insecure about it. Well, I mean, I don't have any particular opinion about anybody's height at all. So like Rachel and I were together for a couple of years until one day she said, "Do you know how tall I am?" I said, "No." She said, "I'm 5'2". I said, "Okay." But I understand that for men, it is unfortunately, understandably, you'd be insecure about it because it seems very common that women say they want someone taller than them. And that's not naturally not going to make somebody feel good if they're not especially tall. I hate that kind of ontological assault by the body. I find it appalling, but I don't know what to say about it really. It's just people are whoever they are, and people generally find somebody who's the right person for them regardless. You know, Ruben's not especially tall, and he met Acacia on here, and they seem like a great couple. Lou's ex got one. He had one day of discomfort and a couple days of soreness, but he never referred to it as torture. Sean says the only lasting effect is sometimes the scar tissue is uncomfortable. You want something really scary? You watch it happen. They don't put you under. Oh my God. Fuck that noise. No. No. Brandon Boy says I'm 5'10", but never felt uncomfortable with my height. I avoid social interactions and develop social anxiety due to my short height. I'm sorry to hear that. You know, there are obviously some like sports and stuff that benefit. Um, you know, the short people have an advantage at, including soccer, actually. Obviously, horse racing and stuff. Probably a little too tall for horse racing. Just be a stern man and show your attention to people liberally and groups of people and make people feel included. Women like that. I mean, I don't think you need to be stern, okay? But I agree that, engaging. I mean, if somebody's saying they have social anxiety, no sage, then you really are no sage if your instructions are just to share your attention to people liberally in groups of people. I mean, that's basically saying, oh, you have a problem? Well, here's a solution. Just don't have that problem. Do I put ketchup on my eggs? No, I don't. But I do put ketchup on my hash browns. And if the eggs are near the hash browns, I'm likely to mix the hash browns with ketchup on them with the eggs. So ketchup does get on my eggs fairly regularly. Got it done 7 years ago, and it's worth it overall. Your wife and you decided after your daughter turned 2 that you would decide if you wanted more kids, and you both agreed, fuck no. So, I mean, it's very SE smart, right? SE smart is this. Consider return on investment. Get it done now, get it out of the way. The rest of your life, you can fuck freely without worrying about pulling out or anything. Obviously, the sooner you get done, the better the return on investment. It's a clear cut. It's a clear cut choice. The sooner you get it done, the more you get to enjoy the return on investment. Taylor had this, basically, that message to me regarding my teeth. The sooner I get my teeth fixed, the longer I can enjoy the benefits of it. Return on investment, right? I'm bad at that. Hey, Cam. Cameron here is my friend from Los Angeles. He's going to be house sitting when Rachel and I go to see LCD Sound System in Oregon. Arda Kaliskin says, I'm in debt. And they're 4-7 on top of all their money. They're in debt. Huh. So then you're actually taller than 4'7". Cameron's in sleep debt. My SE is not countervalued. It's just 8 slot, which means it's always kind of in service of my extroverted intuition. So like the vasectomy thing, I mean, it makes lots of sense. I have no anything for that, really. It's just, it sounds unpleasant, uncomfortable, painful. So, there you have it. Regarding, say, the teeth, that's more easily explainable because it's like, if I were to lose one more of my front teeth, it would impact my ability to speak clearly too much, and I'd have to go get shit done. Because then all of a sudden it's interfering with my extroverted intuition. Until and unless it interferes with my ability to speak clearly, I feel no powerful impetus to get it done. In contrast, with the sex thing, there's obvious disadvantage to not having a vasectomy, obvious advantage to having it, and the only challenge to um, inherency that one might make is that Rachel will eventually go through menopause and I won't have to worry about it. That could be many years from now. I don't know. Have I ever been beaten up? Yes, I have been beaten up. I was sitting in my car. I just pulled up to my friend's house, and this girl's boyfriend. I had been hanging out with this chick, doing drugs with her, but I was not trying to get on her or anything, and nothing happened between us. Anyway, he maybe thought I was getting on her, I guess. And as I walked up to the, he walked up to the window of my car. I was sitting in my car in front of the house, and my window was rolled down. And as he walked up and said, "Hey, Steve." And instead of responding as I expected with hello or whatever, he punched me in the face through the window. And then continued punching me. And I tried to get out of the car. I did. Then he kept punching me and he knocked me out. Then I came to kind of looking up at the sky lying in the street. And then I realized what had happened. I got up. I saw that Steve was in my friend's house. I ran into the house like I don't know what I was thinking really, and tackled him. And, like his head went into the drywall a bit. We wrestled around for a little while, and then he got up and went into his girlfriend's car and locked himself in his girlfriend's car with his girlfriend. And I thought about like picking up a big rock and smashing their windshield, but I said, no, that's too far. Just let it go. I picked up the rock to do that, but I decided to put it down smartly. And that was the end of that conflict. What did I come in here for? My bagel. My delicious, hot and toasty bagel. It's going to require a plate. It's also going to require something that rhymes with bream breeze. Can anybody guess what it is? What rhymes with bream breeze that you put on a bagel? You have 10 seconds. That's the sound for this game show while you're waiting. That's their Jeopardy song. All right. Now we're going to get out ye old spreader. No. Not the gynecology kind of spreader. You guys need to get your minds out of the gutter. I'm talking about spreading some cream cheese. What makes it so good? It's cheese, but it's cream like a cream cheese should. It's kind of like cheese, but it's kind of like butter. Or what's it called? It's called cream cheese, brother. You get it from a place, Philadelphia. Brotherly love and cream cheese, son. And so you get the cream cheese in a tub and you rub it all around like this. Cream cheese. Oh yeah. I said the cream cheese. It tastes so good. Rub it on your bagel. And spread it around like you should. Cream cheese. Cream cheese. You know it tastes so good. Cream cheese. You gotta rub it around on your bagel like a rub it around man should. Alright, now that you've cream cheesed your bagel, you're gonna wanna wash this spreader with water in the sink. Just rinse it off. Just rinse off all that cream cheese. Okay. You don't need to soap it or whatever. Just rinse off all the cream cheese. You feel it. It comes off nice and clean. This is clean. And you just shake it up. Shake all the water off it and put it back right in the bowl. Get any residual cream cheese off of your hands by washing them as well. Might as well wash them now because you're about to eat. We're going to just dry them now that we washed them. And we got to put this Philadelphia's finest product into the fridge. Now we're ready to go eat. Well, we're sort of ready to go. Let's go back over here and get firmly, fully, entirely ready to eat. Oh, we do have our drink. We do have our grapefruit juice, and that's a good thing to have. But let's additionally add a cup of coffee to this breakfast to make it a complete breakfast, okay? Right now, it's fair to say that I have an incomplete breakfast. To make it into a complete breakfast, I'm going to need to find my coffee cup. Where did I put it? Did I leave it in the garage? Did I leave it in the outside out front? I left it in the garage. Good finding, Eric. So now that I've found it and earned the good finding badge from the Boy Scouts, I like to pretend I'm in a continual Boy Scout troop where I'm earning badges for things that I do. Today I earned the Good Finder badge. It's a cup, it's empty. Let's fill it. Fortunately, I've got the ultimate home coffee station. For under or approximately $100, you can get one of these percolators here and have hot and ready coffee. A pot will last for a few days. And it's just anytime, just come over here, get your man. If you make it all the way to the top, you got two people. I don't really, I'm not super into third day coffee, but sometimes I'll indulge in that. Usually on the third day, I'll make a new pot. This time I got some Hills Brothers brand coffee, and I'm really pleased with the choice. It's a coarser ground, which is better for percolators. And now that I have the coffee, let's return to the eating area where I can both see your chats, enjoy my bagel, open some grapefruit juice, and continue to do an excellent job of live streaming. As one of YouTube's most practiced and accomplished at doing it live streamers. Not accomplished at succeeding, right? But CR7 Goat by Brandon Boy. I do remember you, yes. Your name sounds familiar to me. We'll call that remembering. Goodbye. Goodbye, Brandon Boy. You see, I think you could listen to Cameron. Cameron's a good guy. He'll give you good advice. And he's probably better with women than I am. Too late, Putty James. Too late. They're already ruined. Walk with patience indicates that we should always put God first. Jesus is the only way to heaven. So don't you try to get to heaven through some other way. No, Cameron. Cammoto. Thank you, Sean L. The bagel is delicious. Thank you for asking. But with that, you are saucy, sassy, and kind of assy today. Put cream cheese on it. I have no disability check. Am I God-fearing? Yes. I would say that for sure. You got it, Boba Fett. When is tour, next concert? I I'm not on tour. Unfortunately, I'm not a successful enough musician to be on tour. Like Satan Fearing, no. I like his questions. Sorry, don't be a dick. Yes, I self-identify as a Christian. Good for you, Learning Zone. Congratulations. All right, Sayub, you're going on timeout too for being a dick. No, you do not go to church. Yes, I received a speeding ticket before. I don't identify with either cigarettes or marijuana, but I do smoke them both. Excellent question by Ivar. Can God make a rock so big even he can't smoke it? No, I mean yes, I mean no, I mean no. I've never been in jail, but I have been arrested. I was arrested in Oklahoma for marijuana or marijuana paraphernalia. They took me to the cop station, but I paid the fine, and I didn't have to go behind bars. I mean, T.E. Polar cannot figure out how to do things that they've not done before. For example, I asked Rachel to make some of this smooth move tea that we got, which substitute poop for both of us. But she knew how to boil water to make a cup of noodles. She boiled the water in a certain cup every time to make a cup of noodles, and then poured the boiling water from the cup into the cup of noodles. And so that's how she tried to make this tea. Instead of putting a cup of water in the microwave and heating up that cup of water and then putting a tea bag in it, she heated up the amount of water that she heats for a cup of noodles to the heat that she heats it at for a cup of noodles, which is boiling hot, and then trying to make 2 cups of tea that way. And I had to wait such a long time for my tea to cool down. So that's TE Polar, okay? Any sensible person who's not TE Polar would not be troubled by the fact that she's being asked to boil water for a different thing than usual, right? I've been divorced twice. I'm twice divorced and happily married to my third wife. It's now 10:52 a.m. And I want to watch this UCLA LSU game. Currently, LSU is up by 2. It's the second quarter. So cool. I'll be able to watch the second half of this. I don't need to watch the first half anyway. I just want LSU to lose. My number one concern about this women's tournament. Well, I would like USC to win the national championship, but I don't like Angel Reese at all. And because of her, I want LSU to lose. Although I think Kim Mulvaney's clothes are ridiculous. I mean, look at what she's wearing. I will show you guys, man. have a chance to pause it with her clothes and view. She is wearing the most ridiculous nonsense. UCLA is down by 4 points, but they are 1 for 14. Or 1 for 15. They're 1 and 14. So they have 14 misses, 1 make, and 3-point shots, but they're still only down by 4 points in the second quarter. They cannot keep shooting that badly. Now they're down by 6. Come on, UCLA. I tell you this. In some ways, women's basketball, they seem just as good as men. But in some ways, not. They seem like way worse. Like, you see a lot more air balls in women's basketball. You see a lot of air ball threes. Like UCLA just had open look air ball 3. Come on, UCLA. Don't let that stinky LSU beat you. I don't like them. Okay, just straight up block. That was a nifty move, lady from UCLA, but you have to be aware of the fact that you've got all those big people down there in the lane, and that's not going to serve you well. Now they're calling a foul on UCLA. She's not happy about it, understandably. I want to see Kim Mulhaney's clothes. They're terrible, terrible, terrible. All right, here we go. There, we had a chance to see them. Let's go look at them right now, so you can see how terrible they are. There she is. Oh, no. God damn it. Almost, okay? We're going to get it. We're going to see it. We're going to show you. You're going to be so happy that you waited and to find out and see, because it's going to be so exciting. There it is. Look at this. What in the world is that woman wearing? It's some kind of sparkly, multicolored, I don't even know what. So, obviously, LSU needs to lose this game, because Angel Reese is stinky, and Kim Mulhaney's clothes are terrible, and LSU is stinky. I think we can all agree on that. That's why they call LSU the big stinkers of women's basketball. Let's go smoke a cigarette while UCLA and LSU play out this first half. I've got my glasses, and I'll see if there's anything going on in the chat. Probably not. Let's see. She looks like a rug display. Do you like it when men rub your bald head? No. People actually watch women's basketball? Only college. I watch college women's basketball. I am a great grandpa. You look like my ex-husband. Great grandma. You look like my ex-husband. He used to live in Denver, Colorado. Well, I may look like him, but I am not he. Talking about famous people. I'm not talking about famous people. Well, I guess Kim Mulhaney is a famous person. So say Eric and Isaiah and a pile of online tests. So probably yes, Sean L. I'd trade my firstborn for a Cayman G14. I don't know what that is. R.I.P. Kobe. Fair enough. Like right now, I have a cheap little greenhouse to set up, but in order to make room for it, I need to move a table. But on the table are some pot plants that you spent 20 minutes collecting. That boy Eric stays steady chain smoking. That's not true. Pots from around the yard for no apparent reason pertaining to moving the table or setting up the little greenhouses. The basketball girls are sexy. Sometimes they are, but in general, sports girls are not the sexiest of girls. That spaghetti sauce jar, is on the windowsill because I had, prior to getting a rolling pin, used that as my rolling pin to roll out dough. I haven't put it back yet. So, UCLA down by 8. Hoping to close the gap here. hoping to end the half strong, struggling to find an open shot. Now he has an open three, barely touches front iron, misses the layup. UCLA looking a little snake bit, but with such terrible shooting, still only down by 8. LSU. One imagines maybe they'll wake up in the second half. That's double dribble! Call that shit. LSU buries a 2 mid-range jumper here to stretch their lead to 10 with under a minute left in the first half. When I turned this game on, you said I was only down by 2 points. That must be bad luck for them or something. I mean, I don't like UCLA particularly in general, but oh my God, look at this thing. Look at this clothes. It's ridiculous. This is a much better look at it. I'm going to get you a much better look right now. So you can see these ridiculous clothes. Check this out and see what I am saying. What in the world is that woman wearing? Tell me that. No, I don't have diabetes. Missed comment. Here's an example. She invited over people. I mentioned that we should specifically clean. She begins cleaning the wall in the closet behind all the clothes with a magic eraser. That is some TE Polar shit right there. that is extremely TE Polar. Yes, I watch international soccer. I've never seen a soccer coach dressed like that. I've never really seen any coach dressed like that before. What is this woman thinking? I'm going to wear this clown outfit to the basketball game today. Come on, Annie, you and LSU need to lose this game to UCLA. Even though you're up by 10 right now, that's just unfortunate because you are stinky. And I do not like you. I do not like you, LSU, because you stink like stinky poo. That's my poem for LSU, okay? I do not like you, LSU, because you stink like stinky poo. Everybody should say that about LSU because they're so stinky. I want to go right up to Angel Reese and I want to just tell her, y'all stink! Like that. Then she'll know she stinks. I want to slap those horrible clothes off Kim Mulhaney, too. Just get these clothes out of here, you. Get out of here, Baldy. That's what I want to say to her horrible clothes. Angel Reese. I want to do to Angel Reese what she did that one girl from whatever school it was. After Angel Reese had like flopped and drawn the 5th foul on somebody and that person fouled out, Angel Reese is like, hey. So fuck you, Angel Reese. I hope you lose. I hope you lose all the way losing. It's full blast lossing. That is nothing but lose. And I hope that when they're done playing you, the UCLA players all line up and do that same thing to you. Horrible bitch. I don't like her. That's fine, putty tains. I don't care. I'm not worried about looking gay. You know, I have inside of me, there lives a woman, and she's kind of a slut. Sometimes she comes out in the spring like this, like, oh, spring break! Spring break! I hope that won't get me violated on community standards for YouTube. So, it's not that it made me look gay. It was a revelation of my inner woman. Because I definitely have the soul, the spirit. There's a woman in my body next to my regular soul. I've got both. Got both the soul of a woman and the soul of a man. The soul of a cheerleader and the soul of somebody who doesn't really care that much about sports. The soul of a sports enthusiast and the soul of a, fancy pants talking guy. I'm a little bit of everything and all of nothing, all at the same time. I'm like the moistness of wetness that falls from the sky when the clouds are high above. I'm like the desert on a sunny day when the sun rays beating down. I'm like a hot beverage on a cold day, like a cold drink on a hot summer's night. I'm like fireworks on a blessed Easter Sunday. These are all things we can say about me. Some of them may have some relevance to something, potentially, but it's unlikely. Nevertheless, they are, in fact, things that we can say. Should we say them? That's a separate question. I'm not here to list things we should say. I'm here to list things we can say. Mulkey, that's her name. Washington Post published a profile on Mulkey. Details her controversies, including relationships with gay players, and finally answers the question, why do you wear such horrible clothes? I'm reading the, what's it called? Words along the bottom of the screen. I don't know what they call them. Yeah, ESPN has some words at the bottom. I was reading those. See what's going on here. Sean L says, so you're contradictory. No, Sean. I'm tired of your black and white thinking, okay? There are no contradictions. We are all one with everything. Okay? No, Flow State's not a scumbag criminal. Of course not. We're watching only propaganda in media. No one wants to show real news. I'm showing real news. I'm showing you what's going on right here. In real time, this coffee is getting drank by me. Oh, no, it's not, Eric. It's getting drunk. Use the past participle. Speaking of scumbags, who is not using the right verb conjugation. Wages of Sin voted no. No, black and white thinking is just, it's not racist, but it is part of the patriarchy. Yes, I was born in a hospital. I'm not that old. I wasn't born in antebellum, in the antebellum South. Holy, it's cold. Shay now. I'm really glad to hear that. I hope the pathology comes back clean. You mean my time in the hospital at birth? It did come back clean. I was declared a live birth. So, lucky me. I've been able to be alive ever since, in fact. Shanel. No, I don't want any of your shanel probing. I was born in a sharecropper's hut outside the big master's house. I was born in the lap of the soil. Oh, Lord, sing a chariot for me. That's where I was born. Oh, it is Sean Al. It is. It's Sean Al. I got the emphasis from him. It was dicey for my mom. It was supposed to be outpatient, but she ended up in ICU for 5 days. Or you don't get elective surgery. You can imagine something going wrong during my vasectomy surgery if I were to have one. Not where you want anything to go wrong, you know what I'm saying? When do I think Jesus will return? Beats the shit out of me. What am I, his secretary? I keep track of his schedule. I'm sure part of because heaven has its own executive, legislative, and judicial branch. The executive branch is God, the legislative branch is the Holy Ghost, and the judicial branch is Jesus. So I'm assuming that security, scheduling, and stuff for the judicial branch is either done by some bureau of the executive branch or perhaps by a special department of the judicial branch directed exactly towards doing that. Maybe they've got some angels who are angels of logistics who set Jesus' schedule, speaking engagements, and so forth. Of course, he may have a number of different stops before he comes back to Earth. We don't know what's going on with other planets. He might have to go repeat this whole process on every single planet. Hey, I'm born of a virgin. Look at me. I'm an alien, but I'm still Jesus. Oh no, Judas, you betrayed me. I'm getting hung up on a cross with nails. Got to repeat that over and over again for every planet with intelligent life on it. Then maybe when he's done with all that, he can come back here and, bring about the apocalypse or whatever. I'm not sure why Jesus would want to do that. He's probably like, I don't want to bring back the apocalypse. I'll just keep busy indefinitely, I'm sure that's it. I got a pretty good sense in general of what's probably going on based on my intuition. I'm a very intuitive guy. I can intuit all kinds of things. I don't need any reasoning or empirics. I just use my intuition. My name is Raúl Diego. Y yo, I am an intuitive. Only the tiniest fraction of people are a genius like me. A genius who can know, not with his eyes, like las sensoras, not with his hands, like las sensoras, with his intuition. I, Raúl Diego, understand this. Yo comprendo. Los otros, no sé. Mostly they're all sensoras. Demasiados sensoras en este pueblo. Sí, en este mundo. Pero yo, Raúl Diego, I am not a sensor. I am an intuitive, insightful. I see, I know. It's like, you guys, everybody is here, and like I'm way, way over here, further than you could even show on the camera. That's how much ahead I am. Because I am an INFP, the rarest type. Like only like me and like one other guy in the entire mundo. Todo el mundo. His name is Cone Man. That's the other INFJ I know. It's Cone Man. Do I put onions on my hot dogs? Yes, I do. You don't speak Spanish? That's fine. Raul Diego does speak pretty good English. And actually, he speaks rather shitty Spanish. Is blackface racist? I would suggest it's ill-advised. It's likely to be unnecessarily provocative. Obviously, putting some color on your face can't be either racist or not. Depends on your intent. How are you a Brit and a hillbilly? Interesting. Am I a hillbilly? I don't identify as a hillbilly, no. I spent most of my life in Los Angeles. So, you could call me an Angelino. You could call me uh, the Pope of Ordinary. How about that? I'm the Pope of Ordinary. Hillbilly is a term originated in the UK? No. Hillbilly couldn't possibly be a UK term. Vamos a Mexico. Have I ever been to Cabo San Lucas? No. No, senor. I have not. Probably is a cloudy day in Los Angeles today because it's cloudy up here. It's more partly cloudy, and we got a lot of precipitation yesterday. So the Brits are trying to claim ownership of the word hillbilly. There aren't even any real hills in England, just little teeny bumps. How would you know what a hillbilly is? I like mustard, I do not like mayo. Well, regardless, hillbilly in the United States refers particularly to people in the Appalachian Mountains. But I'm sure it has a different meaning in England than it does here. Did you like the smog in LA? Actually, the smog in LA wasn't bad. By hillbilly creativity, it wasn't bad. Except it was bad when I was a little kid. When I was a little kid, they used to have smog alerts, and depending on what stage smog alert it was, we would or would not be allowed to play outside. Goodbye. Have a wonderful day, hillbilly creativity. No Sage says, no, I was thinking redneck. That came from the UK, not hillbilly. Okay, stop saying bye, hillbilly creativity. That's not very creative. Alicia, I appreciate you telling me that. That's different. That's totally understandable. Who wouldn't say that upon seeing this head? Get out of here, Baldy. Get out of here, Baldy. Did I ever ride my bike in Compton? No. Eric, I got dynamite to rank 26 on my alt account today. I don't know what that means. I'm 52 years old, Burb. Not liking mayo is common among transracial people. True. I am fluidly transracial, so that explains why I don't like mayo. All right, that's all I got time for today, says Temporal Teleporter. Eric, keep being awesome. Luminix, my thoughts are with you and your family. Sean, I do better. Man, get your shit together. Sean, do better, man. Get your shit together. What did Sean do? I'm sure that's some kind of a joke. I don't think anybody's got beef with Sean. I'm going to make lunch. You guys want any of my, according to Temporal Teleporter, abominable cooking? Sweet and sour peppers with onions and pork chops today. Wow. Does this mean that Eric is a girl? I was not a blood or a crip. I am the leader of the Fun Friends gang. It's different. I'm not a girl, but I do have a cheerleader inside of me. I think it's a former life of the cheerleader. Yes, 52, 5'2". You could say I'm 12. Eric is an Eric. That's true. I am an Eric. Yeah. You can. I missed your mayonnaise comment. I did. I think I read it. I did read it. I said, not liking mayo is often a common trait to being transracial. White people love and embrace mayonnaise as part of their culture and heritage. I didn't read that last part of it, but I did say in response to it, that's true. I'm fluidly transracial. That possibly does explain my distaste for mayonnaise. Am I in Alaska? No, I'm in California. Is fluidly transracial. That means my race changes throughout the day and across days. Like I started out this morning as East Indian. I seem to be transitioning now into I guess probably Falkland Islander. Alicia self-identifies as a white person and does not like mayo. I can tell you this, when I am white, as I periodically am, I still don't like mayo. Who, in your opinion, is better, the Raiders or 49ers? 49ers. Obviously, 49ers are better. No, that's transsexual, Mr. Kartoffel. That's different than transracial. I'm not a transsexual. I'm a fluidly transracial person whose race changes all the time. LSU bears the two. You mean Malvenus. I don't know what Malvenus is. I don't know who Nick Yaris is. No. One Ron T3 Ch at official. Am I a ninja warrior? No, I am not. Eric uses, my pronouns are they, it, and ourselves. It's the only pronouns I use. You can refer to me as ourselves if you want. I like to make it complicated for people with my pronouns. I only want you to use the pronoun ourselves when referring to me, and I prefer you never use my formal name. You just use my pronoun. Ourselves thinks me, 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 me. A lot of people who don't know that I use that pronoun get confused when people say that. They ask me, they might ask the person, why are you using the intensive reflexive form, ourselves? Just to let you know, Britain stole those islands from Argentina. Wow. Oh, it's not called the Falkland Islands, it's called the Malvinas. Oh. Is my wife a good cook? No. My wife is not a cook at all. Argentina is still very salty about it. I'm sure they are very salty about it. I don't blame them. I'm not siding with the Brits in their seizure of the Falklands, okay? I'm just telling you what race I'm becoming. Don't ask me a question and then say and. Did I start to ask you a question and then fail to finish answering it? I might have done that. That does happen sometimes. Mr. Kartoffel will not be in here in 40 minutes because he has to go to church. Am I Russian? No. The wages of sin. The Brits had a reason to invade. No sage believes the Brits should have invaded the Falklands. I'm not going to complain about it. After all, it was the world's first introduction to the Harrier jet. Remember that? Remember me? I'm the Harrier jet from the Falkland Islands War. You got to be a certain age to remember me. Can I swim? Yes. Alicia was referring to me, but I was just joking, Alicia. Okay, so just, it's fine. He was just joking. I'm not just transracial, I'm also transageal. I go from newborn baby to 100-year-old man, back and forth again. I am transgender, but only from super manly to manly and back again. My womanhood is contained in my part of my soul and my past lives, my enthusiasm for cheerleading. Harrier may not be that impressive, but you're making a pun, aren't you? Yes, you are. I think the Harrier is impressive. You know why? Because it can fly straight up from the ground. It doesn't have to take off with a running start. What's Tiffany's number? 1-800-TIFFANY with an I. That's her phone number. Do I like Taco Bell? I don't dislike Taco Bell. I'm just saying random shit in Russian is death. Sí, señor. Oh, sí. Quiero Taco Bell. Me gusta Taco Bell. Oh my goodness. Here we go. 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 This is the best sight of it yet. You get to see her horrible clothes. Look what this woman is wearing. Look at that. What in the world is she thinking? Who would wear that? That outfit is horrible. Like, what is she trying to do with that? Yeah, of course I will. I can't control myself. Anytime anybody jiggles some Mardi Gras beats at me, I'm just like, break, break. Cannot help it. Just overtakes my being. And I just must flash my chest, my chesty chest, where I keep my boobs. Color suitor, actually. Is my daughter single? No, she has a boyfriend. Maybe you would be a good fit for her. But she's got a boyfriend, and she just chills anyway. So what did my daughter do? She plays Minecraft. That's her job, apparently. Are sugar-free foods bad for you? Absolutely. No matter what you're eating, from fish to steak to cheese to olives, always add sugar. White processed sugar. Just pour it directly onto whatever food you're having. A lot of people don't know this, but we get almost all of our vitamins and minerals from processed white sugar. Before humans invented it, people were constantly dying of nutritional deficiencies. But thanks to processed white sugar, we can now all enjoy healthy, happy lives. All right, it's a 5-point game. UCLA mounting the comeback. 5 minutes left in the third quarter. LSU has the basketball. They have driven the ball up to the front court, passing the ball around the top of the key, get the ball into the low post to number 24, who takes a difficult fall-away jump shot, mid-range, makes the shot, extends the lead to 7. UCLA now has the ball, moving the ball up to the front court, and the ball goes into number 81, then back out to number 1 at the top of the key, into the low post. The center takes her own nice-looking jump shot from the free throw line, making it, and then UCLA commits a silly foul on the inbound pass from LSU. Silly foul by Charisma Osborne. I'm not sure how much charisma she has, but I can tell you exactly how many fouls she has. 3. And in fact, UCLA has 2 players with 3 fouls and 2 with 2 fouls. Given that it's the third quarter, that does comprise foul trouble. In contrast, only Reese for LSU has 3 fouls. I would love to see her foul out, and for LSU, of course, to lose the game. Back to a 7-point game after number 24 for LSU buries a little jump shot from the side of the basket. 3-pointer heaved up wildly by UCLA, obviously off the back iron. Rebound, not sure who it went off of, but both LSU and UCLA tried to tip that ball, and it's not clear who's going to end up getting the ball in the inbound. Good objection by Kim Mulkey, because, in fact, yes, number 24 was fouled on that shot by the UCLA defender, but it was not called. It's clear on the replay here. All right, now we're going to go to commercial, and we're having a commercial for Hulu. If you have Hulu, maybe you feel like, hey, I've got Hulu. Wages of Sin wants to change their answer. You are scary. I'm sure it's not too late. You can probably change your vote right now. What are you babbling about? Says Putty Taines. I'm not sure. What am I babbling about? I've never been bear hunting, no. I am 6'5". Have I seen Metallica in concert? No. JC, I don't know. all about sugar-free foods, but say saying aspartame is bad for you were found by the corn industry and haven't been replicated. Professor, something's wrong with me. Very wrong. Yeah, you drink too much. Diet sodas may not be bad for you, but they taste terrible. I feel so sleepy this afternoon. You should take a nap, okay? Never too late to sleep. You want to be reincarnated as case sunglasses. Do I have any stock tips? No. I'm pelodophobic. I don't know what pelodophobic means. You have a severe case of pelodophobia. What does that mean you're afraid of? Pelicans? Peloton? Stationary bicycles? Pelting people with ice cubes? What is pelophobia? Fear of. Do I like Dolly Parton? I don't really have any opinion on Dolly Parton. Is my vision distorted right now? No. Even though it said isn't, I still read is because I wanted to answer the question in a way that made it clear what I was answering, so I rephrased the question. I didn't misread it because of my distorted vision. Save says live and direct. JC says he's so used to trolling he doesn't know when I'm asking a serious question. I didn't even see your question, JC. I didn't see it. I knew you were asking a serious question. I mean, who thinks sugar-free foods are bad for you? Because sugar-free foods are anything that doesn't have sugar in it. It doesn't necessarily have any kind of fake sugar in it. It just doesn't have any real sugar in it. So, like, a ribeye steak is sugar-free. That doesn't make it bad for you. In fact, it's delicious and therefore good for you. Everything that's delicious should be good for you. Therefore, let's just pretend it is. You're asking whether you should eat things with like fake sugar in them. No. If you can't or don't want to eat sugar, then just deal with things not being sweet. Fake sugar tastes terrible. It's not sweet. And so there's no reason to consume it. It doesn't matter whether it's healthy or not. People are all concerned about whether things are healthy or not all the time. Like, just enough with the healthy shit. Who cares? There's this horrible tyranny of healthiness, you know? Just knock it the fuck off, everybody. Stop being all like, yeah, everything's got to be happy. No, it doesn't. Healthy things suck. Yeah, that was traveling. Good call. UCLA, you need to stop sucking ass and beat LSU right now, or I'm going to be pretty upset. All right, I'm going to turn the camera this way so I can read the chat while I'm pooping. I got a nice poop on its way. I'm proud of that. You should be proud of yourselves for facilitating that. I know probably this poop would never have dropped if I hadn't been live streaming, if it hadn't been all your prayers and hopes and wishes. That's what made it happen, friends. It's you. It's you in your precious special ways. Without that, I would never poop. I'd be dead from excessive poop inside of you syndrome, which is one of the leading causes of death in America today. People don't pay enough attention to, that's why I'm trying to raise awareness about excessive pooping you syndrome. As the name suggests, it happens when you have excessive poop in you. A lot of people ask, dear excessive poop expert, that's me, how much poop is too much poop to have in you? Well, the answer is pretty straightforward. It's never good to retain your poop. I won't forget to wash my hands. You don't need to worry about me in my hands. If you get upset, do you green and large? I don't even know what that means. Sean L. That's not true. Sitting in front of a screen all day is very healthy. You're just talking nonsense. Yes, I've been trick-or-treating. In general, putty taint, I think that's a question you really shouldn't ask people. You shouldn't ask them their body count. But I will answer the way I've answered before. It's under 20. It's not that many for somebody who's 52. I'm not exactly sure what the number is. Does my shit stink? Yes. But this shit did not stink particularly badly. You know, which means it's a nice, healthy shit. It's firm, you know, whatever food I digested was fine kind of poop. Obviously, the softer the poop, the stinkier the poop. I think that's pretty much a universal law. Well, I think we can agree with that universal law. There's a very strong correlation between a poop's softness and its stinkiness. No, obviously not, putty taints. That's a very silly question. I don't know. I don't know what your idea of a wife is. But wives are not poop smellers any more than anybody else is. Well, you know, because wives love smelling poop. No, they don't love smelling poop, okay? Let's go to the kitchen to wash our hands because I don't like washing my hands in the bathroom. I'm sure it does, but I don't make any effort to go smell it, obviously. If she's pooping, I don't want to be in the bathroom with her. In contrast, if I'm pooping, she often is perfectly happy, wants to come in the bathroom with me. Which I don't mind, but I can't explain. Good enough. It's raining again. Is it? Yeah, it is raining again. I think so. Yeah, it is. Well, little rain never killed anybody. Except for the guy who was tragically, desperately allergic to rain. No, I did not use antibacterial soap. Okay? Also, I didn't get any poop on my hands. No, I didn't light a candle. This guy is full of questions. It's fine. I don't dislike questions. UCLA is only down by 2 points now. Rain can kill you if you're hydroplane. All right, good point, putty teens. I stand corrected. I would say that would be driving in the rain that killed them, but I'll accept that answer is correct. So I stand corrected. Somebody has been killed by rain before. A little rain. All right. UCLA has a 2-point lead now, actually. My mistake. UCLA is up by 2. Not sure what happened while I pooped, but good things for UCLA, apparently. Heave a 3 up. It misses. LSU grabs the rebound. And with 43 seconds left in the third quarter, 20 on the shot clock, they're in their half-court set. looking to get the ball down in the low post. That doesn't work. They set up an isolation with a screen. Uh, the LSU player drives the lane, misses the layup, tries to get the rebound, gets knocked out of bounds. Ball to UCLA. UCLA up by 2 with the ball. 27.5 seconds left in the third quarter. Things are heating up. Things are looking exciting. We are all ready to watch some basketball be played here in the Sweet 16, Regional 2, Albany, New York. Kim Mulhaney blinding everybody with her terrible clothes. UCLA brings the ball up and across the half-court line. Now, the UCLA player takes the LSU player off the dribble, and the LSU defender falls down. No foul called. The UCLA player, instead of taking advantage of having nobody around her, tries an ill-advised end pass to the low post, gets intercepted. Now it's LSU ball, and the UCLA players are looking at each other and talking like, "What are you doing?" Poor decision. Number 20, you made a terribly poor decision. And the center, whose number I can't quite see right now, I'm going to call her Will Smith ears. She's got this kind of Will Smith ears. I don't know what her name is. Anyway, number 51, that's who I'm talking about. Number 51 looked a little disappointed in number 20. Like, hey, number 20, that was not a good pass. What were you doing? You shouldn't have thrown that pass. Now, horrible Angel Reese is at the free throw line. She made a first free throw, and she's going to attempt a second one. And her second free throw is also good. Now it's a tie game. Reese goes and sits down on the bench. He's replaced by another player for LSU on the offensive-defensive switch here. UCLA is going to get the last possession with 15 seconds left. The ball's across half court. Number 20, driving to the lane, gets across under the baseline. Ball gets kicked out to number 32 for a three-point attempt. That's no good. The quarter's over. Tie game. Wow, exciting stuff. Exciting stuff happening today in the women's half of the March Madness tournament. We're all hoping for LSU to lose, of course, because nobody likes Angel Reese because she's a bitch. No, this is not on Hulu. What I said was when the game went to a commercial that we were having a commercial for Hulu. Is it normal to fill up the whole toilet bowl? Maybe. Depends how big a bowl you have and how big a poops you have. Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Jesus is king. Boba Fett says, no, he was a carpenter. Donald Trump was king. Donald Trump thought he was king. That's for sure. Jesus, throughout his entire life, Boba Fett is correct, never attained the position of king. We can fairly say that. Did he attain it after his death? Well, some people would say sure. Others might say, well, what does it really mean to be a king if you are unable to express your royal decrees directly to your underlings? Well, those people are just being fussy. I'm sure we could agree on that. All right. I think I'm going to end this stream now, and I'll probably stream again later. Thank you all for being here. First, I'll end the poll. Turns out that no, I'm not scary. And have a great day.